good afternoon. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the GLL Spring Masters. We are here for the Apex Legends NA versus EU show match. That's right. It's your time to finally brag in Twitch chat about how much better your region is than another region, because as we all know, at the end of the day, Axel Toss, there is nothing more important than that. And I'm Nathanius. With me, of course, is Axel Toss, and we're going to be taking you guys through today's memes, dreams, and whatever other sort of shenaniganery we get up to here. Axel Toss says, I think we've got quite a few games coming up today. 8 matches total. And I'm just excited to see what kind of madness ensues, if we get any banter, a little bit of style.
I'm already seeing the banter, and I'm already seeing the banter in the chat. EU about to get rolled. Someone saying that. All right, settle down, you guys. I love it. This is fun. North America versus Europe. We've been looking out for a competition like this, and also this is the culmination of what has been a really awesome series here at GLL Masters Spring. We've gone across all these different regions. We've seen champions out of North America, out of Europe, so I'm really excited for today. We have a lot of Apex Legends matches incoming. North America versus Europe. The Europe distribution is actually mostly Russian, believe it or not, but from there it's incredibly distributed across a lot of different countries. And North America is mostly going to be United States. But I want to know, you guys in the chat, let us know where you're from, who are you cheering on, where are you hailing from, and I'm excited to see this unfold.
Oh yeah. There's a decent amount of money we've got up here, so still a lot to play for everybody. Of course, you want bragging rights. You want to be able to walk in and type NA, LOL, or something like that in every chat for the rest of the year. And of course, you only get to see the other regions go up against each other so many times these days, since everything is online right now. But the format is still going to be similar to the rest of the tournament. It's going to be that point system, 12 points for first place, going down to 9, then 7, and so on. But 1 point per kill means that the team's getting aggressive, picking up those frags, especially towards the ends of those games where they also get placement points, are going to set themselves really nicely. So here are all of the teams that we have taken from the top of the NA and EU finals results. Maybe a little bit different here and there. Sometimes things like that just happen, but very excited for today's matches. It's funny because we did the commentary for APAC South, we did APAC North, but I'm a TSM fanboy a little bit when it comes to Apex Legends. I like to see those guys. I know they've had a couple of roster moves here and there, but I was a big fan like with Albralele early on, and now Imperial House. So I want to see those guys pop off. Those guys obviously crushed it in their regional finals. So I think this is going to make for a good matchup, because if any EU team kills them, chat is just going to go nuclear.
Yeah, of course. TSM just won. They just did an amazing job just yesterday in the North American region of GLL Apex, featured here on this channel. And it was pretty competitive overall, but at the end of the day, TSM kind of, they definitely separated themselves from the other teams and did quite well. A lot of cool team names here on this list. You got Liquid there, you got Gambit. I think Gambit, I think they were hoping to do a little bit better in the regional. The European regional was kind of hilarious, I thought. It like the way it ended, like there were like 3 or 4 teams that could have just like popped off and won, but everyone just kind of fell off. And like a team that wasn't even in contention won the last match, and it was pretty anticlimactic. But the point is, Europe can literally go to anyone, like at any time. So the representatives from Europe, I think any one of those teams can make a claim at today, and have a solid reference as like a favorite. But TSM clearly in North America is going to be that favorite probably today. So really looking out for them. We do have a rule change, by the way. Whoever gets last place in the first round, SKT1 is going to take their spot for the rest of the game. Oh, I'm just kidding. That's not a rule. That's not a rule. But
you're letting your fanboyism. I'm going to take the role.
Wouldn't that be cool?
Biased. I'm taking the role of the super biased NA guy, because someone's going to point out that both of us are American and make fun of us for not having an EU caster for this regardless. So I'm going to take those bullets. But I think if you're going to try to pander, we got to go a little more on the EU side. As much as awesome as T1 is, I don't think there's any sort of voodoo magic we can use to bring them in here. But it's gonna be a good time regardless. And I brought my clown outfit as well today to help facilitate some good discussion.
You look great. I'm sure. I'm already seeing a lot of respect in the chat. Yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun here. North America versus Europe. TSM is a bit of a favorite. I'm interested to see which European teams can really rise up and try to put together some wins. I think something else that's interesting to see is where are they going to drop? Historically, in all these regions, everyone pretty much drops in the same spot, right? So here we have literally a day after the finals of North America and Europe. I wonder if that's going to be a curious thing here. Like, are we going to see some earlier clashes amongst these teams?
Yeah, that's to me. I was waiting for that when the game starts. How are the teams going to take that into account? I don't think it's crazy to suggest that some of them may occasionally scrim cross region, but because the tournament focus and with ALGS being more regionally focused, this whole tournament very regionally focused, it's not surprising if we get into a situation where two of these teams that maybe don't really have a lot of respect for each other, maybe they want to showboat, maybe they want to get the first kill on one of the opposing region teams, but are you going to just give up your position to everybody else because you're not sure whether or not a team from another region wants that spot? I don't think so. So we should get at least a little bit of craziness, and hopefully, you know, the prize pool isn't too much bait to keep these guys from having a little bit of fun with it. But at the end of the day, that's just one of those things we're going to have to wait and see. How methodically and slow are people going to play this? Are we going to have those incredibly slow, painful rotations like this is for $1 bajillion and, you know, the fate of the universe is at stake? I don't really know. I would like to see a bit of madness. I'd like to see a bit of chaos.
It might depend.
Maybe that'll happen after a few rounds when they kind of get a feel for where they can or can't drop.
I've read some studies on some esports productions. Sometimes it does depend on what the chat likes, and I'm seeing more USA in the chat right now. Sorry, that's just what I'm seeing. So maybe North America is slightly favored because the chat is usually right about things, and right now I'm seeing a lot of USA. So I'm wondering where the European fans are. I'm just kind of looking out for that. I gotta say though, you know, you look great, especially in our graphic here. We have the American, the Star Spangled Banner, the American flag waving majestically right behind you. We got the mountain behind you too. So.
To my camera, and I've got my mountain set. That's
it all works out.
Here. You know, bringing my full America out here, and of course, that's what I love. That's what I love about this show match. The idea behind this, right, where it's the tournament is over for everybody. It's just time to kick back, have a little fun, and still play for some money. There's still money on the line. It's still Apex Legends. And for everybody tuning in, I hope you guys have a good time watching the show today, because, you know, everything's about to get switched up in a week, right? Everything's going to be all over the place.
Not even a week, dude. In literally 2 days.
I can't believe I'm still having a hard time grasping with the idea that the month of April is over. So you just gotta give me a little space there, okay? It's, you know, May is oof. You know, I'm thinking about days, it. I've got 4 months until real football starts. So excited.
Oh yeah. Well, and I know you're excited because a certain draft just happened, and I hear a certain team did pretty well. So more on that later. No, I was.
I just need to give Valkyrie a jet scan. There you go. Boom. She already flies. I mean, easy.
The context of this tournament is pretty cool with the big updates coming through. Like, if you think about it, Apex Legends will never be the same in a couple days, right? So this is almost the last competition of truly high tier, extremely high tier players, the best teams in the world, unfolding in the Apex Legends arena as we know it. Everyone has a wish list for what they want to see in the future. We have a new format coming out, a new way to play Apex Legends coming out in the next couple days. So we might see new competitions based on that new playlist. So it might all look different. Look at us. This is a lot of fun. This is like the culmination of what has come to this point in Apex Legends so far. North America versus Europe. Let's see what's going to happen. I'm wondering, are we going to see the early tangos, the early dances, Nathanius? Because there's no gentleman's agreements here. Oh, I'm going to drop over here. You drop over there. No. This is North America versus Europe.
Exactly.
We might see some early fights.
there's too much ego on the line, right? The potential of getting killed by a team from the other region. You'd rather get taken down by your brethren in this situation because at least you're used to that to some degree. And all jokes aside, there's still a pretty large amount of money on the line here, right? I think that first place prize is like $6,000. So you're looking at a situation where you're not just trying to throw. You're not going to W key into another team out of madness, especially in the first round. There's only 8 matches being played today. So if you've been watching the tournament, you're used to seeing 8 matches on day 1, 8 matches on day 2. There is no day 2 here. So everything has to just come out on the line with only 8 games. Getting a win becomes that much more important when you have half the potential available points on the table. You're only going to have so many chances to get that. And I tell you what, especially after taking like first place in NA, you gotta be looking at a team like TSM's like, okay, well, you know what, that can be yacht money. Now let's get bottle service on the yacht money, right? Let's get this dub and walk away super happy with the results of this tournament. Kind of a fun celebratory way to cap it off.
The thing is, back in my day, we had StarCraft tournaments for like a few Bitcoin, right? So, I mean, kids need to appreciate the money that's in front of them. I mean, my gosh,
nothing on the table.
Yeah, dude, it's a ton of money for anyone, I think, and I think everyone's going to be taking this super seriously. There's the pride too, man. This is North America versus Europe. Which region is the best? Obviously, the results today will tell us who is absolutely better across all esports, right? That's what we're figuring out right now, obviously. But I think a lot of
first bit of action, it seems like it's happening. Sorry, Axel Toss.
You're good.
A little bit of something going on. We got Season over here. Klein on that Spitfire EVA 8 combo. Just don't want to miss too much of the action, but yeah, we'll keep our eyes on this as it develops.
Yeah, just to round out my point there, national pride. I'm looking out for that. We're seeing that from you and your how you look. But these teams, they're playing for their country. They're playing for their region.
Oh yeah. Well, you know, in true American spirit, thankfully on this camera shot, you can't see my giant belly because I am from NA. So sometimes you just gotta do fancy camera work. But thankfully Hollywood's from there as well. So camera magic is also on the table. We take a look over at Team Nessie. Still 19 squads left, so that we've seen a couple of bullets go flying here and there. But when we, you know, it's kind of like we've been scarred a little bit. Doing just the APAC region stuff. We're so used, like three or four teams would have been dead by this point in yesterday's matches when we were doing the finals. But you see a lot more of the slow, methodical, rotation-based strategies out of the EU, out of the NA teams. And we have Graceful getting some shots down on top of Team AM. Fruit Ninja down just low off shields. They've got plenty of cover nearby, though. You've got the zip lines in this position to get out. It's not the worst spot to be stuck. And like I was saying, these teams, we're going to see that conservative play, that high-end NA EU kind of patient, very rotation-focused play style.
We have seen some shots traded, you know, to the point about where these guys are dropping. A lot of teams did drop close to each other, so exchanging shots here and there. We've been seeing the long-range R301, like R301 with some sights on it, and I think that has a lot to do with just trying to get some damage done to improve your shields. It's a pretty big deal. It's not too hard to improve your shields. You can see Imperial Hall here playing Octane. Now we're looking at reps. Look at that, 113 damage to the purple shield, right? So it doesn't require that much damage to get to that next shield. So we're seeing the long-range assault rifles come into play to try to, you know, make that pressure, not try to push and take out these squads, just get in.
I love to see, always want to love to see the Caustic. Even if he accomplishes absolutely nothing, you know, Caustic kind of, he has that imposing presence, sort of debuff on everybody around him and cutting off the choke points in the tunnels with the gas traps. It's always a beautiful sight. You know, you can derail any line of commentary I'm doing if you show me Caustic. And our observer's been very good at that. I love you, buddy. You've been doing a great job this weekend.
Yeah, shout out to the production crew. Yeah, shout out to the production crew.
Crushing it.
This is the culmination of so many events that have happened here on twitch.tv/GLL Apex. I'm sure a lot of you guys have tuned in to most of the action that we've seen. It's been a ton of fun and long hours, I know, for a lot of people, but it's been awesome. I'm sure everyone appreciates it. We're watching NCD here. Bloodhound Octane Gibraltar combo. Pretty common throughout these teams. Getting in a fight. Let's see what happens here. That's the Caustic Trap coming into play. See the stim pack. Octane so quick and agile, getting up to high ground, trying to find that. Trying to find the bad guy, ends up taking it out. Yep.
The gas spreads out horizontally, but it doesn't really go up much vertically, especially without the ult. So good reposition, run around, come back over to Alliance. We got Hawkins coming over here. R3, good spray out, pulls back. No knocks just yet. But like we said, these teams aren't going to be trying to force it quite as much as some of the other stages of the tournament that we were looking at. But a reason why some of those picks have been so popular is because the tournament format, if you're familiar with watching NA and EU, you're familiar watching, you know, the Apex Legends Global Series. We don't have match point for this. It's just total points at the end of all of it. And
here's
getting into a fight, we got Avantgarde. Gosh, only one up for the team, trying to get the res behind the knockdown teammate. He's got that big distraction right in front of him off the Revenant ult. So just trying to do everything that he can to get into that position, save the teammate, pull him out, recuperate, and come back for the fight. Season for Clean on the side with that Octane Spitfire, another incredibly popular weapon that we've seen so much use of in this tournament. And rocking the 301 Mastiff is Sineska. And this nice little fight. We're finally getting a couple of teams wiped out over here. That third party potential is something that these guys have to keep their eyes on, though. You don't want to dilly-dally too much.
Oh my gosh, he's
from Avantgarde. He's like, okay,
don't touch the lava.
Don't think there's too much more we can do here about the dead teammate situation.
That was so close to being a really good situation, but you can't get away with a fight here. If you are in a fight, you're going to have another team on you in a matter of seconds. Almost an excellent recovery there from Avantgarde. Remember, they won the European region. They're one of the favorites here today, so they're in tatters, only one man up, and they're going to look to rebound. But they had a really good fight. But the problem was there's another team swooping in on them in a matter of seconds. So you got to be careful. Apex Legends, we all know about that. That third party, you always got to be aware of it.
Indeed. As we follow TSM, Imperial Hal, one of my favorite guys to watch. These guys have been they've been one of the strongest teams in Apex since the very beginning. Like I was saying, even back towards the invitational we were doing in Poland, which feels like a lifetime ago now. These guys were still one of the strongest teams. Of course, they've swapped out a few players since then. But, you know, the consistency that they've still been able to maintain as a competitive stronghold of Apex Legends has been pretty cool to watch, honestly. And that's what I think is just one of the great things about this game. We have these changes, but the tournament structure and consistency has been just awesome to follow. And I think I speak for everybody when I say really looking forward to when we can get everybody on LAN again. I know some folks in chat asking about the servers. We're playing half of the games on EU servers and half of the games on American servers. I believe the NA servers that we're using are on the East Coast. So if you're concerned about latency, it's a bit tit for tat. It's all, you know, it is, the word show match is also used there. You know, you don't necessarily have to hold yourself to the most strict possible scenario. We don't have a server in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean yet. Not yet.
Or satellite internet or seamless fiber. We're working on that as a species. One day.
Get there one day. You see a couple teams spread out. Got some nice places to chill. My Little Phony. We've got Pringles on the Gibraltar, Havoc, Scout. Got the gold mag though, so plenty of firepower. Not a tremendous amount of ammo. Not a situation where you'd want to be necessarily letting it all out until you can find some more resources. Coming back over to TSM. Here's Reps on the 301, shooting down hills. Gonna check with the Arc Star. Decides not to push it in. And of course, that Gibraltar we've seen be so popular, right? Covering rotation paths with the bubble, getting the fast res with the bubble, using the ult to zone off locations, break down teams that are trying to come out of tunnels or buildings. There's a whole lot of zone and space control that you can use these abilities for. That's made him a mainstay. And of course, like that, as we saw earlier, the peak with the shield, he can kind of play a little bit of point man, even though he's dummy thick.
Looks like we have a fight unfolding here, and that's going to be a charge up the stairs. Farm Boy is in trouble, but the EVA 8. Farmer Lucas showing some strength with that shotgun. Not too much trouble. That team kind of just ran up the stairs.
Level 3 shotgun bolt. Good hop up to have. Good attachment to have for a gun. We've seen so much of that. And like we were talking about, when you see the rule changes and the way that the loot tables are going to be changing in that new season, it's been, because that Peacekeeper's been a care package item, and that EVA 8 has been such a clutch weapon for so many of these players with being able to get those shells out quickly to the enemy team. We go over to Reply Totem. Sherp going across the tracks, gets knocked on the way though. And Jay Savage in a bit of a tense scenario with both teammates knocked. He's got 20 seconds left on Beast of the Hunt, trying to come up around for the flank, I think, on the backside, but he's not really in a position to do too much there. So maybe go for a banner recover play later on, or just try to hold out for placement. Even if it's just one of you alive, sticking in there till the end of the game. If everybody else kills each other, you're still going to get the placement points.
Yep. Tricky decisions you have to make. We saw a solo player earlier from Avant-Garde sneak away. I wonder if he's still alive. But yeah, you might get whittled down to one member of your team left, and you have to play the survival game. Make sure you can stay alive. You can see on the right-hand side, Avant-Garde, one player not able to secure those banners. We'll see if the Bloodhound, a player from Totem, decides or tries to go and get those banners, but probably running out of time at this point. The good news is we have a crypto drone in effect here. So if you're the only player left and you have a crypto drone available, that could be one of the best. Oh, actually, he's going to be able to res his teammates. He did end up getting the beacon. So that's a great reason to have crypto, I guess, in a setting like this. You can use the drone to collect those banners a little bit easier. And then, of course, you can bring your teammates back. So Avant-Garde, keep an eye on them. The only man left is a crypto, but he got the banners. So he might be able to bring his teammates back, moving over to Team Liquid, exchanging some fire with someone else. Looks like their shields are in a decent situation. Gold shields on the Bloodhound, and, of course, purple shields here for Nocturnal.
Yeah, snipe down.
Ooh,
only one
TSM
left
in trouble.
TSM over here. Yeah, exactly. Things getting a little bit tricky in this first round for them. He's coming outside. He's just going to go away from the team. And
wow,
bit of an awkward situation there for Snipe Down is that the team coming in super strong, going out this early. You're losing the opportunity at a lot of points. I will say, since there are only 8 rounds, you're only going to need 1 or 2 rounds where you really pop off, right? Whether we see that domination come out of any one team, I would be a little bit surprised that the range of skill here is not that big. You've got almost everybody at the top end of gameplay ability in between these two regions, especially since we only took really the top 10 from either one of them. Not a whole lot of scrubs in these matches.
Nope, definitely not. A lot of fighting starting to unfold here. 15 squads left, and not a lot of real estate to navigate. My Little Pony, or excuse me, My Little Pony. Thank goodness they qualified. They got me on that one. Trying to survive this fight, but I feel like there's a lot of teams around at this point. So inevitably, we should be seeing a third party happen. Nessie able to finish that fight off. He's gonna try to res his teammates quickly. Is there gonna be another teammate or another team that's gonna find that this is happening? Also, that storm is coming in, so they have to be on the run. You got to wonder, edge guarding, it's going to be happening here. There's no easy way to get where you need to go with 14 squads left, and Nessie might have a little bit of trouble surviving in this game here.
Yeah, well, that's, I mean, the madness, right? Anything can happen, and I think, as you pointed out earlier, one of the other more interesting caveats of this show match is that these are not teams that are all scrimming against each other as much as they are against teams that are within their region, right? So you don't necessarily come into this knowing where most people will probably move or how they'll take those engagements. Isis getting the edge guard there. Wasn't sure, maybe didn't see him a little bit earlier. He's kind of just trying to slip in behind HRN, but that whole team is there. You have a good ability to cut off space too. You see all those caustic traps on the minimap trailing through that tunnel behind them. Makes it a little bit more difficult to get flanked. Even if even if they pop the trap and take no damage, it still tells them somebody's there.
It's like some haunted house scenario. Hey, go through that tunnel with all those caustic traps. No thanks, maybe. Alliance in a little bit of trouble here on the high ground, dropping that bubble from Gibraltar. Looks like they were able to take down another team. Again, you're always wondering if there's another team around ready to pounce on them. Looks like there are shots from afar. 10 squads left. You can see how a lot of these teams are just in tatters. TSM, Totem, Avant-Garde still, I believe, only with 1 player each. We're seeing another team here running crypto, which is pretty interesting. And I wonder if Avant-Garde is trying to bring their teammates back.
Well, CLG's in a world of pain there with Alliance because they're starting to catch the attention of the other teams, right? Because we had HRN in the tunnels. They've been looking out. They've got tunnels locked down.
Oh, yeah.
Pushing into them would be a little bit tough. And yeah, I think that was Naj that was hiding out on the edge of the circle that we watched get picked a little bit earlier. So he was trying to make that play. He had those banners, but unfortunately was not able to bring them home. But it's tough trying to traverse and rotate through these spaces when you've got that team that's locked up on the entrance to the tunnels just looking out.
Yeah, and you have some caustic throwing traps all over the tunnel. Jeez.
Hey man, that's just that's just the way he was designed. Can't blame him for that.
You got to find a different route. You can't go through there. And that's going to mean we're going to have a lot of crunchy spots, a lot of places where these teams are going to have to come together. We're going to see these inevitable fights unfolding. Again, 10 squads left, I believe. So we're watching a couple players over here slowly making their way towards that ring.
I think that was the res. I think that was the res CLG went for it, get the teammate back. So they could get
We
back
see a
into
team
things.
watching,
The
though.
bullets are going up, trying to get Lou on his way down. He does manage to reach the floor. I'm not going to say safe. I'm not going to say anywhere safe or reach necessarily
Alliance
cover, because they still have to rotate past the entrance to this tunnel that's still being covered. And Caustic, you see a little bit of that tunnel is still going to be in this next ring, and you know you've got a beautiful opportunity in front of you. I don't think they want to get stuck in there, though, so rotating around towards the northwest side of this ring. They see the other fight happening, getting the third party in with that Spitfire, that gold mag. You have so many heavy rounds to let it rip, and there is a reason why that Spitfire is so popular, Axel Toss.
Yeah, I'm really wondering who's going to be racking up kills this game. We're seeing a lot of teams knocked out that are at the top of North America and at the top of Europe. Making a statement here is going to depend on who can rack up the kills. Who's going to be that team that's absolutely shredding? Counterlogic Gaming with the Madness.
It's hard to miss when they're all this bunched up. And
you see the teammate trying to be the human shields, but that's not going to work out. And he's going to be able to loot, switch his shields over real quick, and he's staying alive. 7 squads left, 6 squads left. Every single placement is so important, but CLG in a lot of trouble. They have to go up this hill. They have a team on their left-hand side, and we see at least a couple teams at the top of this hill that are just kind of waiting, that are in a better position.
Yeah, what a comical sight we just had there. Talk about trying to use the terrain and your knocked teammates to your advantage.
That's when you need that cloak from Lord of the Rings where you can just be invisible.
Yeah, is he still... Is that what we're seeing right there? He's like, we got a little bit of a look there. It's stuck behind the 2 boxes. They stacked on top of each other. I think he can still probably climb over them, but that's... I like this. I like this. We're getting a little bit of meme action in this match, and that's bringing me to a very comfortable place as we take a look back over at Uri's getting the finish there. CLG Madness, unfortunately, taking
I love this fight on these lava rocks. It's like there's not a lot of buildings to just hide. You're in the open. You're going to have to find creative cover. You're going to have to use every ability of your legend to its utmost potential. And you're going to have to fight really well. Look at this, just these death boxes in these corners. It's hilarious. 4 squads left.
And moving their way up. And this is where that Caustic gains a lot of value, right? As that ring decreases in size, you only have so many places that you can try to hide or run away from that gas, but the more open it is, the less valuable the traps are. So it's a bit of a trade-off when you get to these situations if you don't have buildings in play. There's the bubble, staying safe inside, away from that gas as much as possible, and waiting for that next bubble to expire as well. Getting in on the Spitfire, but absolutely blasted trying to get out. So the Octane does get knocked. Caustic's trying to get up close and personal with the flatline. Great cleanup. Still just hanging on the bare end of there. He's incredibly hurt. Armor swap is going to get him back into the game. And Gibraltar looking for the opportunity for the res on Octane. Caustic playing pretty good job on point man here. Dummy thick, but still making it happen to allow the team to keep moving as we switch back over to Season and Klein sprinting uphill looking for a little bit of respite from that very, 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 very big battle. 3 squads remaining.
Yeah, Gambit's the last team here, so KRN there in the low ground. They're in the, I believe they're in the toughest position. Then we have Season with the high ground, and Gambit also has high ground. So 3 teams left. You can see how they're kind of postured. What should happen here? Gambit and Season, I wouldn't be surprised to see them both focus on KRN there on the low ground. That's what I expect to happen. Gambit doesn't want to pick a fight with Season. Season doesn't want to pick a fight with Gambit. So they should be focusing on this last team coming in.
Yeah, Season's kind of caught in
Gambit's
the middle,
looking good.
Right?
Yeah,
they're just in the center between the 2 of them.
HRN, sorry, not KRN.
Right.
I don't know why I said that. HRN.
It's not the spot that you want to get stuck in. And HRN have been playing a really great game, though. I think they were the ones that got that third party on TSM earlier that made things so difficult for them.
Gambit's looking good, dude.
Yeah, and the Gambit. This top 3 gets a little bit tense, of course. Not uncommon to see people wait as that circle timer gets a little bit closer to just collapsing and killing everybody. Caustic trying to throw those traps towards mid, and even if the enemy team shoots at them when you see them, you're still distracting. You're taking attention away, taking magazine away from them to be able to deal with you coming in around the site at the same time. So just trying to use everything in the kit as much as possible to help force these engagements, chunk out HP on the other guy. Timer gets a little bit closer to just collapsing and killing everybody. Caustic trying to throw those traps towards mid, and even if the enemy team shoots at them when you see them, you're still distracting, you're taking attention away, taking magazine away from them to be able to deal with you coming in around the site at the same time. So just trying to use everything in the kit as much as possible to help force these engagements, chunk out HP on the other guys. I like Artico from Gambit up top across the lava. He was using those platforms, trying to get some range in there. But until that fight gets forced, in this situation, the last thing that you want to do is be the first team to fight, because you know you're going to get third-partied 100% as this game ends.
And that's, of course, the goal of each of these teams is to be that team that's doing the third party. And Gambit's looking like they're in the best position to me. It looks like this engagement is going to happen. The Mastiff coming out, the damage trying to be dealt out, but Season looking like they're in dire straits. And you know Gambit is lurking, waiting for this fight to unfold and choosing for the proper time to jump in. Look at them, full shields, full health. Gambit going to sweep in here, and they're going to do just fine. Thank you very much. Clinical, wait for that third party, and then saunter on in and clean everything up.
And fantastic finish.
Europe wins match one.
The first round, yeah. And there you go. All right, chat. If you've got your EU flag emojis, let them fly, let them rip, get them out, get them all over the place. To take a look at the highlights from this game, and it was a nice start. Farm Boys, by the way, I'm just, you know, that's a name that you'll never get a chuckle. You'll never not get a chuckle out of the casters for that one. And My Little Phony doing everything that they can earlier. This was a really intense engagement, graceful, I think, from Team Nessie, getting a beautiful clutch off the EVA 8 Spitfire. This combination, like we talked about, this is what you've been seeing so much of. That Spitfire damage, that punch has been so good this season, and that's why you've seen so much of it. And same thing for the EVA 8. As we jump over to some of the other wonderful highlights that we've had in this match. Lots of EVA 8
I love
getting stuck in dark, tight corners.
Yeah, I love how the ring ended up at the end here. The terrain, just lava rocks. You got volcanic rock everywhere. You got fire. You got lava. You got not a lot of buildings to hide in. So it makes for some really entertaining battles here, as you have to get creative with your terrain. But Gambit, the European team, to be noted, North America did get number 2 and number 3 there. But as far as we are concerned right now, Europe number 1. Based on match 1, but thankfully we have 7 matches incoming. Mr.
I love that. Okay, well you're doing an absolutely amazing job then of playing the contrarian to me here, because there's almost nothing as ESPN as having 1 of 8 matches done. And just, yeah, they're on top, guys. They're clearly in the lead. NA's going to bounce back. I'm sure of it. I'm sure we're going to see things smooth out a little bit. We're going to take a quick break and tally the points, guys. We'll be right back with more of our GLL Spring Masters EU vs NA show match. Welcome back, gamers. We're here with the NA versus EU show match for the GLL Spring Masters. I'm Nathanius, joined by Axel Toss, and we have finished our first match. We're still waiting a little bit as the points get tallied, but some good, fun action. You know, Axel Toss, with the way that that final circle was playing out, the conversation was going a little bit NA griefing NA to hand it over to EU. Your thoughts?
Well, sometimes it pays to be calm, collected, patient, and have good positioning. I wouldn't be surprised if each match today is wildly different, and I'm here for it. It's awesome. Gambit just did a great job being in a great position. It is so important. You don't want to be the team running in and having to face all these other teams that are edge guarding.
No.
Especially because everyone's playing so passive. So as we get to these final rings, there's less space to work with when there's like 15, 16 squads still around. So we're going to have those moments where everyone's just crashing into each other. Gambit there played calm, collectively, made sure they were in the right spot, in a really good position. And that's very much how they handled their European region. They got third place. They were very, very close. If they had popped off in their last match in the European region, they would have won the European region. But they're right near the top, and that's because they played consistently. So, yeah, Gambit played it well, man.
That was good. It was a good game, and I think it's a fun start to the day. You know, there's been lots of discussions and all that jazz, especially, you know, you don't get to see the cross-regional play as much. Everybody's got their opinions on stuff. My personal advice, the best way to enjoy this tournament is just have fun with it. Don't take it too seriously. The players can take it seriously. There's money on the line for them. But at the end of the day, obviously, this was probably about the most fair way that it could be set up. So I think it's still been super fun to watch because we're going to go back and forth, EU, NA servers, and really, I think those kinds of chaotic situations like we got to see at the end of that first game, everybody kind of getting packed into this tight, compressed space, even though everything was open around them, is kind of where the fun comes from, and a lot of I think interesting things to follow if teams are going to adjust their drops now because they've gotten to see a little bit of where these other guys are going to land, or maybe we see somebody turn it up. At the end of the day, like you said, with this format, popping off in 1 or 2 rounds is really going to be the big way to get ahead, because you can play for placement, you can try to do that, but at some point one of these teams is going to pick up 11, 12 frags, and then you're suddenly looking at like that 20, 30 point difference, which we've seen happen a few times in Apex South. It got ugly when we got to the finals of that. You know, they were up like Wolfpack Arctic was up like 60 some points over second place. So only 8 matches, so we shouldn't gap that hard, right?
Yeah, I mean, you know, Gambit won that. I think we have standings incoming, but you know, Gambit won that. I don't think they had a huge amount of kills, but that's going to be what it's going to take. And to your point, there's a lot of teams here that are capable of quote unquote popping off, right? Not only winning, but collecting a lot of KP, a lot of kills. And that's what's important. That's what we've seen deliver success to some of these teams in these regional competitions. Who can win and rack up those kills? And what teams come to mind? TSM. We're probably going to see them do that in one of these matches, right? In 8 matches, probably going to happen. You think about some other teams, and that's kind of how, you know, how I expect it to unfold. We're going to have quite a few different teams have their moments and have their matches, and then we'll just see who can be consistent, but also who can rack up those kills while also winning.
Yeah, and I still think the most important thing, you got to make sure that you don't have your most embarrassing moment while we're watching you on the stream, obviously, because people aren't going to let this go. No matter how much we try to say it's about having a good time, it's a bit of fun, a little bit of cross-region shenaniganery going on, you're still going to have these situations where if you beef it big time, no one's going to forget about it. You know, it's going to get brought up. People are going to be using that for their EU, NA ammo. You know, chat has devolved into what appears to be a bar fight brawl amongst fans of TSM and everybody else who, you know, you can't really be in between on things like that. You know, there's not a conservative middle ground area where you're either okay, yeah, they're all right, but I'm not a big fan. You love them or you hate them, right? So that anger is starting to get it's starting to boil over a little bit, and it makes for an exciting set of matches. We're still just waiting as the scores are being tallied, guys. Please bear with us. We're doing our absolute best to get everything ready for you, and we hope that you're having a wonderful
Hey,
Sunday.
I think that makes it a ton of fun for sure, and it's honestly the foundation of esports and why esports is so cool. Just different nations competing against each other and finding out who's the best. That's why international competitions are the most popular in the world, right? And why it's so much fun. And here we are, North America versus Europe, alternating servers. I love the hype in the chat. I love seeing the regional support. So let us know who you're going for, North America or Europe. Let us know where you're from. Here are the results from that first game. 11 kills from HRN. Look at that. Pretty significant. Yeah. That's actually going to put them above Gambit. And we've been talking about that. And I just said it. Gambit, they won, but did they rack up a ton of kills? And the answer is no. So all these other teams are still in contention. 3 teams tied at the top. It's funny. I said Europe #1, but I guess I have to walk back my words there a little bit. There's no #1 here. 2 North American teams at 18 points, and Gambit also at 18 points. A 3-way tie for first to start things off.
Yeah, that really just shows you the value of the tournament format, right? Getting those kills is worth a lot. Even though Gambit was able to pick up first place in that match, quote unquote, they end up being tied. It ends up turning into a 3-way tie, perfectly balanced as all things should be between our top 3 teams. And HRN, we were talking about how they were kind of the third-party gods of that last game. They were going all over the place. They were the ones getting in TSM's face in that building after they were able to win that fight. One of the most important things that you can do on Apex is have that spatial awareness to not only know what is around you, but the fastest way to get to one of those teams, if you hear gunfire in that building, okay, what's the approach going to be? Who's coming in from downstairs? Who's going to try to go up top and come down on them? And we've only had 1 round, so of course these are the only results that we have. The scoreboard, we'll be going through the individual round results and the total results after each game following this one. Worth pointing out, though, you've got TSM at only 4 points total because they didn't make it quite as deep as they would have wanted due to HRN, but they also weren't able to actually get that many kills. So that first fight that they were getting into, it wasn't something like they had come in and wiped out 2 squads that were fighting each other. Or even if that was the case, only being able to pick up 2 kills from that, that's got to light a little bit of a fire underneath your butt, right? You got to get moving, you got to get things going, because a lot of these other teams, we don't expect them to slow down as things continue.
I know. And the best example of that is, oh, look, TSM, rank 11, they must not be that good. Okay. Or Team Liquid, rank 13. I guess that's it. No, that's why we have 8 matches. That's why it's not a best of 1. There's so many teams here capable of obviously making a run. Avant-Garde included in that. And also notably, the countries that these guys are from is really interesting. Obviously, a lot of diversity in Europe. I was kind of looking through these rosters. It's like when the Olympics ever happen for Apex Legends, this game is gonna have to figure some things out, because like literally every single European roster, almost every single European roster, is multiple nationalities in Europe, which is really cool. Gambit, 2 Russian players and a Ukrainian player on Gambit Esports. So just seeing the regional distribution here is a lot of fun, and I love to see you guys in the chat with your national pride. So let us know where you're from. Let us know who you're cheering on, who's going to make the comeback, who's going to be our winner at the end of today. Only 8 matches. Nathaniel, you made that point earlier. Our format so far has been 16 matches across these regions. I would love to do 16 matches today, but that would be 8 hours. Our production staff would probably not like us. So we're just doing 8. So it is a little bit more cozy here, but every single match is important. And I love that we have a 3-way tie at the top, but look out for TSM to try to make a statement. Look out for Liquid to try to make a statement. Alliance, Avant-Garde found a lot of success in their tournament, but here we go, match 2 out of 8.
Too. Those guys have been around forever. Alliance has been a part of the esports scene for a tremendous amount of time as well. Us old guys, we've been doing the gaming thing for about 10 years now, so our eyes are very much so drawn to some of these older teams, because it's just so awesome to watch that progression, and the way that these guys are able to support their esports programs across multiple titles and still be competitive, still be here. Playing for it all, right? Going deep into those finals to be able to even make it here to the show match portion. But then, that opportunity to make a bag here as well is also a good time. Never say no to that opportunity to stunt on some other players, to put it nicely.
We want to see some highlights too. We want to see those clips, which I'm sure will unfold as the day continues. It's always fun seeing just the dynamics of the mechanics in Apex Legends and how it develops over time as these players get better and better at the game. It's been a lot of fun actually seeing Octane being used a lot in most of these tournaments, most of these regional events. Just the importance of movement and really seeing who can take advantage of that. But also, you have to be careful not to YOLO too much, right? If you're being too dynamic with your movement and you're jumping into other teams and then you're just melting away, which we've seen, got to be careful with that. But it's again, it's just fun to see the skill develop out of all these players as we're watching TSM. They didn't have a great match one. Oh, Snipe Down, get up there. Use your controller. I believe Snipe Down's on controller, which is pretty cool. Snipe Down has some awesome history in Halo, legendary player across first-person shooter titles, and he's on controller. You know, arguably the best controller player in the world. Shout out to T Squared, another one of those guys who also does some commentary in Apex Legends. He's an awesome controller player as well. So TSM, can they get the chat to say USA #1 or NA #1? Because right now,
oh boy,
that's not the case.
I thought I was trying to get you to be the guy to be biased for EU.
I'm playing both sides.
So that I always come out on top.
At the end of the day, I'm just trolling the chat, right? Like, so it has to go the other way around at some point.
I guess after a whole month of tournaments, it's okay for us to have a little bit of fun as well. To take a look over at Gambit, that team we were talking about, they took first place in round 1, but at the end of it all, they're actually tied in 3-way. So this has to be, one of those 3 teams has to break off, right, at this point. We get a look at Bilgree coming up on behind his team, but the rest of his teammates actually kind of killed everybody else already there. So he's just following up, going for the scan, has that Beast of the Hunt running, covering up, looking out for third party. Even after the fight is over, when you see someone running around like that, it can still very heavily be influenced by just that fear of another team coming in. You want to make sure that you have that heads up. And that pick that we just saw him get on Roger Bodger is exactly the kind of situation that you're looking for. You want to cover your teammates while they pick up what they need. I love seeing this. We're looking at Team Underrated. They've got the Revenant, which for this format has been pretty fun to watch. I can't say that it's been the most impactful thing we've ever seen, but I do like the way that some of the teams have been using that Death Totem to make really aggressive plays without risking their placement position, right? As long as that totem is somewhere safe, of course.
Underrated. They want us to say their name a lot. What a chance for them if they could do well today to, I guess, prove their name at this point. They're in a bit of trouble here. Shields are doing fine, but seems pretty chaotic. Looks like a couple teams around, and the thing is, a lot of mayhem has been unfolding. We're seeing in that kill feed some arc stars being landed. TSM looks like they're getting in a bit of a fight. Underrated, though. They're trying to navigate themselves to safety here. Looks like
running 2 longbows, by the way. The Dazo and K20 both with the longbow.
Don't call them anymore.
So playing with a good bit of range that they've been focusing on, even though the team is kind of locked inside of a building. It's I don't know. I had a mild head scratch moment at that one. Avant-Garde, though, they're trying to, I guess, crack this nut open. Is it worth the time?
They have the advantage. Here? I mean, they're third partying at this point.
That's fair. That's a fair point. The way that they got themselves locked in. Here's the engage. Kicks the door open. K20 actually comes out on the side with the flat line. Gets the knock onto Boss. Pushing forward. Revenant down. And they are able to get a little bit going. However, Swinny on his own. Both teammates are knocked. There's actually just a lot of people crawling around all over the floor here.
1v1,
Can he
right?
make that clutch? Yes, exactly. Needs to get the clutch play going here. Gonna pop the EMP. That slow coming in, sees him on the other side of the door. He's just gonna try and kick it open, looking for the fight.
Star Wars moment.
Gotta love that when you're like, yeah, we're just gonna kick the door open and hard engage these guys, no problem. Turns into this really awkward situation, and he just has to run out. TSM running in through the back door. They're looking for a cleanup as we look at Hal with that massive, little bit long on those shots, but still going to run in and just engage anyway. That's how you see that Octane speed coming into play very nicely. Had the jump pad ready as well. Didn't decide to take advantage of it there. But when you have that movement, when you're coming in and you don't miss those shots, you can get so much done. What a terrifying opponent to have hunting you down. He's still going.
Yeah, they're looking good. TSM, full purple shields all across the board. Snipe down, picking up the gold shields also. And we're seeing the 3-time scope. Ah, man. I'm a big fan of 3x scope. If you guys at home, you're playing your Apex Legends, try out that 3x scope a little more often. Just throw it on some of your guns. Just really helps with those mid-range fights, and we're seeing that employed a lot. As we see Hal here, we see that R301 rocking the 3x scope and just outputting that damage.
Yeah, never a bad time. Never a bad time for the R301. A classic for a reason. That flatline usage has been pretty good. Amaz getting some shots in. Arcstar's the door, not quite able to get it inside. And Jibby
that 3x again.
Pressure, trying to just keep them back. And we've seen a lot of that. And of course, that Spitfire. You know, everybody just always has the nicest things to say about that Spitfire once it has a 55-round magazine. But it is popular for that reason. The damage output is insane. But I love getting a little bit of this flatline action like you're talking about. Although that 3x scope not quite as useful when you're within 10 meters of your opponent. It's,
right.
Gets a little bit trickier that way. And Dolphin pulls back from the door, has the shields peeled. NCO, this is their house. Literally, like this. I guess this is it, right? For this game right now, this is where they've been chilling. That ring is gonna push them outside.
Yeah, there's gonna be a natural disaster soon, which should drive down the rates in this area.
Yeah, I think we'll have to see them relocate, most likely, and have to pick a new spot to chill after Geyser is taken off the board. Landing some long shots. So here we see that Spitfire going to work. Only landing a couple of those hits. If you I mean, if you get that trail of bullets to hit them just right, and you're able to get that long distance knock, then everybody just goes flying over there, right? But
I don't know about taking this fight though. It looks like they're wanting to loot some boxes back there, but both of these teams have to sprint. They have to run. It's a race to the ring. So generally, you want to get in front of another team who's trying to do that. So it looks like these guys are going to avoid each other for now. But to me, this is going to be a race for positioning. Can you get in front of the other team and edge guard them and try to take them down as they flee the storm? We're going to switch over, though. My Little Phony, thank goodness, once again, that they made it to this point. Let's see if they can get a lot of camera time today. We see Fury with the Octane pursuing another team into that tunnel. Always got to be careful for those third parties, and these guys have a fair amount of distance to cover as well. So a lot of this fighting happening well outside towards that storm. A lot of stragglers here. It looks like it's Liquid, and they look like they might be caught a little bit. They're in that pathway, and it looks like they only have one way out. So they're going to have to navigate themselves to a better position, but we have a lot of teams lurking nearby. So Liquid potentially in a dire situation, taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, they're getting pushed back a little bit. This space control over this tight choke point has been something that's a little bit tough, but they can go back into the tunnel, get a little bit more of that cover up, heal. And I don't necessarily know that we're going to see My Little Phony try to push into that confined space against them and risk getting pinched by someone who maybe heard the gunshots coming in from the other side for a third party. That's always the big risk with those tunnels and buildings, right? You come in, you think you're safe, but even if there's only one way in, or if there's only two ways in, excuse me, right? They're not all dead ends. Then you can still end up being stuck in the middle of a third-party sandwich. You know, that's
love this map overlay here. We're seeing the rotations necessary. You see a lot of these teams are already, pretty nicely within that ring. Liquid has a long way to go to make it in here. So that's just stylistic, or just how the ring ends up going. You're gonna have to rotate a long way sometimes. But you can see a lot of these teams really getting in a nice position early on and trying to anticipate which direction this ring is going to go in, so they're not having to run in from the storm and face these edge guarders. You just don't want to be in that position. But it's pretty funny. We're seeing all these teams so close to each other here, not really looking to fight yet, kind of waiting for others to make a move. You don't want to make the first move, because then you're the first domino that's going to fall and the mayhem that ensues. So the action we should see here is just going to be from these teams running in and then teams edge guarding. But it can be pretty dangerous to make the first move if you're already deep within that ring and there's a lot of teams around you.
Yes, I think it was Team Liquid was coming in from a little bit further.
Yeah, they have a long way to go
up north. As we look at Reply Totem, we've got Jay Savage up with that R99 Mastiff combo. A classic one. The shotguns have been super popular. Tons and tons of usage on those, and for good reason. These guys have been really able to make them work across the board. And they're just chilling. They're just chilling inside these tunnels. There's no reason to force yourself out. If you're picking fights with other teams, you're inviting everybody who can hear the gunshots going off or seeing that kill feed, that action's beginning, you're just broadcasting, please come kill me, right? Please come third party, get in my face, make this tough. They're holding these angles well enough, keeping space control over here, waiting for those next circles to come through and see where they have to go. This is the difference between those APAC teams that we've been talking about all month long, and when you get back over to these NAEU region, you're seeing a little bit more of that methodical play. Everybody's trying to take a very cerebral approach to the best positions to hold and keep on. So Pringles
Liquid.
with the ping, they see
This is that
Liquid
edge guard.
coming in, and Liquid's come in quite a bit ways out of where the gas was, right? So they've made a very long trip to get over here, and my little phony is ready to just shut that down. I love that Rambo. He's actually just running straight up in front, trying to get that initial engagement going, stepping out of the circle, so taking a little bit of damage to try and secure this kill.
Not a lot of, where do you go if you're Liquid here? There's not a lot of options. Either you go through this tunnel and then there's probably another team waiting at the other end, or you take this fight. I'm curious to see if Liquid takes this fight. My Little Phony has the edge, and it looks like Liquid is going to be running off for now, so they're choosing to go through this tunnel. But this has its own risk also. There very well might be a team at the other end of this, so Liquid just caught. They're caught having to make these huge rotations. But that's what makes these really good teams stand out. They're able to handle it. They're able to take fights. And what you want to do here, if you take a fight, you take the fight quickly. You want it to be over fast because you know no matter what, there's going to be another team coming in. So this is going to be a challenge for Liquid. They have a long way to go and a lot of teams in front of them, between them and victory here.
Yeah, you can almost describe the situation as just a big flock of, or a murder of crows just flying around overhead, waiting for one of them to get too tired and to descend to the ground, upon which everybody else will pounce and make their pickings as quickly as they can. As we've got Hardeki, got eyes on an opponent way down below behind shipping containers. Gets another 113. Some amazing shot tracking that we're seeing. A void run to get out is the option. Not able to capitalize and get the finish there, but that Peacekeeper that he's holding on the side, though, that's not something you want to be on the receiving end of.
I want it. I want it in my hands. I'm rocking the bow and the Peacekeeper. Let it be known. I'm playing Bloodhound. You'll see me in ranked, rocking the bow and the Peacekeeper. That's going to be my goal. We'll see, though. NCD coming in here, and in Tatters, actually, a couple teammates not doing so well. Nags here, the Bloodhound. He's going to stay alive. He's going to go for the res. The Storm's coming in here, though, so they've got to be careful. Looks like they're going to be edge-guarded as well. There's definitely going to be teams in front of them. Bloodhound has activated his ultimate.
Well, what a beautiful position to be in, right? You try to help your teammate out. You're trying to get everything going, but not really able to take the time to take care of yourself, and things get a little bit more tricky. Jump pad out. You know, we talk about the ways you can use it to reposition or try to engage teams, but also the disengage there so they can grab the heals. Also very nice. Take a look over at CLG on Madness. Gets the knock on Fury from Team Help, so possibly looking to capitalize on this. They have all their shields up. I'm not sure you want to give them the time for the res, but that grenade on the backside peels most of her shields off.
There's someone down in the distance. I almost would have pushed that, but CLG playing it safe. I believe a jump pad was there, so they could have pounced on it, but electing to play it safe, back it up, and it looks like that team there that had a man down, looks like they were able to get up, and they're running in the other direction, so just an exchange of blows in that moment. Quite a few teams still around. We see there's a jump tower here. I don't expect that can be used. I don't expect that to be used, but it could be fun to try to leap on there if you need to change a position real quick. But we're running out of real estate here, and it looks like there's a lot of teams bunched. Liquid is still around, still making their way into where to where they need to be. But look at this. They're having to go up a hill here, faced with teams on the high ground. Looks like there's a couple teams in front of them, so their shield situation seems to be just fine, but they're going to have to decide if they want to engage this or try to climb up those rocks on the left-hand side there and try to find another way, but they got to move soon. Here goes Nocturnal, kind of going up a little bit further. That's NSY that's watching them, gatekeeping, edge guarding. You see T-Rex over there on the other side, so Liquid looking for a sandwich on NSY probably, but also we're seeing CLG not too far away. So tricky spot for Liquid. Flanker taking a lot of damage here, and they still got a lot of room to run. So they're hoping a fight unfolds in front of them, and then they're going to pounce. But I think they're going to try to play it somewhat patiently.
Well, this position that NSY has was really nice as well, because Mayday was able to just try and take these long-range shots, knowing that the building in front of him is where the teammates were, was going to be able to provide that hard cover in a way that if he gets knocked, if things don't work out, then the team is right there. They're not really in an exposed position. They're able to get it capitalized, gets the knock on Nocturnal. That's kind of what I'm talking about. So Hot Six going to drop the bubble, get the res, but in this moment, that's where Flanker is getting knocked, and this is where things get really tough, because have you been able to get the time to get a shield swap or something like that? No, there's no bodies over here. You don't really have time to pop the battery either, so this opens the door for Nessie to just jump right in and start cleaning up Team Liquid. And I think that right there was perfect utilization of the opportunity presented to them. You have one guy kind of strung out a little bit. He's your bait. Everybody else tries to collapse on him. That's when the rest of the Team Nessie gets it done. JMW, though, on the rotation over here, getting knocked. Graceful wants to heal first and take the portal through to follow Maydi, as they are taking a lot of ring damage this late in the game. Is he going to be able to make it? Graceful's running. He can't. He's so close. He's knocked down, getting him towards the end. Even if it's not moving anymore, not sure he has the time to get where he needs to be. As we go back over to NCO, Bidoli on the Gibraltar, throws the Arc Star down, still has 21 rounds in that alternator mag. Not the most he can have, but they managed to get back inside the building, and they get a second to breathe.
Positioning is so important. What we just saw there was just the shredding of these teams that are trying to make these wide rotations, just cut out of position and trying to get into a better place. But Liquid, that's what happened there. They ended up running into a very opportunistic Nessie team. We saw a lot of other teams around. Nessie kind of just pounced in there, took out Liquid and tried to get out, but then Nessie was caught by the zone. So kind of risk reward there, going for the kills, collecting the kills, which is nice, but the Storm got them. So if they had been able to make that move a little bit sooner and stayed alive, it would have worked out. But ultimately, not too great. They're not. Nessie was knocked out of the top 6. They got the wipe on Liquid, but they're not playing for this top 3. We're looking at TSM here. Hal is down, Snipe down, and Rep still in contention. 6 squads left overall. They look to be in a pretty solid position. You see them tucked in at the edge of this very small ring. Alliance lurking, though, near Gambit. This is going to be Alliance and Gambit over here. Gambit taking camp inside there. You see Hardeki taking a lot of damage. Alliance could have potentially pushed there. Hardeki is super weak. Okay, looks like Alliance not able to take advantage of that, but it's hard for them to know what is through that doorway, so they're going to play it patiently for now.
Yeah, it's careful with the risk. They're getting. I think they're taking some shots from the other side.
Wow,
as well.
Gambit's going to push now.
Gambit's going to capitalize on this. I was going to say that opportunity to shut down the team that won that last round is slipping out of the hands of Alliance, and we get a look at Artie Code letting it rain down a little bit. They've got that Gibraltar bubble, and the Ogre goes for the. He tries to time that a little bit, that Arc Star towards it, as it's going to break, as they have to make their way outside. Trapped on the low ground, not a whole lot of vision for the enemy team that is above him. And there we see that Peacekeeper shot coming out, but he's not able to actually get back over towards the bubble of his teammate. So Hardeki on the ground. But this is the hard part about this situation for the team that's on the low ground. You can't finish any of those kills. You rely on the third party to actually help you get those points by coming in and third partying that team. But Alliance leading out as Gambit are showing why they were able to win that first match in a dominant fashion. Yeah, the only thing I'm saying right now is they got to be happy. You think they're lucky stars they don't have HRN knocking on the door, because that's the #1 competition for them. You don't want to get picked by those guys, and being able to get a couple of more kills on the way to a win, I think, is definitely the strategy that you want to go for, because just the placement points are not always going to be enough, as evidenced by the results of the first map. And Farmer Lucas taking that portal out of the bottom, he did not want to get involved with that mess.
Kind of just scouting, seeing what's going on. Gambit played that really well. They had a man knocked, but they looked for that opportunity to go for the third party. They pounced quickly, and now look at them. They got full shields. They got probably the best upgrades you can have here. Got the gold shield there too. So they're doing just fine now. And you see TSM. TSM only has 2. So TSM in a pretty good spot, but they only have 2 players. So this can really go anywhere. We're seeing pretty much all the remaining players here. You see a team tucked in on the low ground over there. We'll keep an eye on that. Gambit looking for another engagement. 5 squads left. Look at this kill leader, Hardeki. What a beast. 6 kills. Thank you very much. Looking for some more. Gambit opening up with a statement. Remember, they finished first in placement. They were tied. And they're like, no. We need to be winning. So they're going to be looking for a win here, but also racking up the kills. Gambit is showing up huge in this match.
Yeah, they've taken some beautiful fights. The Ogre on the outside with the wingman. Goes to the slide, has that bolt. Not quite. No extended mag makes it a little bit trickier, though. He's going to get taken down. Artico with the Mastiff.
Third party.
Clutching it out for the team. But this right here, this moment right now, this
Other
3 get
teams?
terrified is other teams just coming right in. They're ready to clean you up. They're ready to get everything else taken care of. And we take a look over here. And
Chelia Medic Loco, they need to. Gambit only has one. They need a hit. They need a hit right now. They don't know. Look, the res is happening. They need a push.
It's, well, I mean, when you know who the other, if you have any idea who the other team is that you're dealing with in this situation, you're concerned that even pushing 3v2 may not actually end up being enough. As we get into this final fight, he's coming up top. Sanya with the EVA 8 lets it rip, not able to get it done just yet. Now Rug on his own with the Octane comes up, and they're actually able to make it happen. So Chelia Loco able to take the second round of our EU versus NA show match. Don't worry, I will never shy away at a chance to pronounce something that I don't know how to read, because that is all in the spirit of good commentary. And what a finish to that.
I got it, I think.
Chelia Bemeta Loco.
That's it.
What a way to finish. And but this is the kind of thing that we talk about, because focusing a little bit more on the kill priority, even if Gambit doesn't take first place total, we already know based on the results of that last game that's not only the deciding factor. You want to get as many of those kills as possible, because there is so much value to that. The teams that place on average higher are of course going to be higher up in the leaderboard, but the teams that get the kills are the teams that win. And we really see, I think we'll see that reflected in the scores after this.
Yeah, I cannot believe Gambit almost got away with that. We'll see that in a second, though. Going through the highlights on this round, not a predictable round. Pretty diverse as usual, with teams that are getting knocked early, teams that are making it through. Gambit, though, clearly the team that stood above the rest. Hardeki absolutely mowing through everyone with his flatline Peacekeeper combo. This is the fight at the end. It was so close. Look at how close this is. The Gibraltar there, Artico with barely any health. And at this point, there's only 2 squads left. And there's only 1 up for Hardeki. But
I think he actually backstepped.
There's only 1 up for Gambit.
It almost looked like he was backstepping a little bit out of the ring there too, giving a little bit more of that damage. We saw that happen a couple of times. It's one of those things when you're trying to reposition constantly in these late game circles. There's only so many different ways you're going to be able to move around. I was really impressed at how they were able to keep their focus for that fight, holding that top platform. But ladies and gentlemen,
just to say, sorry to say real quick though, I mean, the fact that only 1 player was up for Gambit and they almost made the reses happen and almost came up with it, that was crazy. But ultimately, Gambit not able to follow through there. But they had a great game and almost came up with a crazy win at the end.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. We're going to tally the scores, guys, and then we're going to come back after the break with an update on where everybody stands as we move into match number 3. You're watching the GLL Spring Masters EU vs NA show match. We'll be back in a few. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the GLL Spring Masters. We're here for the NA versus EU Apex Legends show match, which, as we've recently learned through chat, is now the most serious tournament that's ever been held for Apex Legends, and everything, including the universe, is at stake. I'm Nathanius, joined by Axel Toss, and after a couple of games we've had, just 2 now, Gambit Esports have been looking feisty with that point score, Axel Toss.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's Russia #1 at this point, because these teams at the top, Gambit just absolutely tearing it up. So impressive. They won in the first game. They didn't have as many points, and it's almost like they're like, you know what? We need to get some more points out of that. And then they came through and racked up all the kills. So really impressively done. Artico from Ukraine there, 2 Russians on that squad. Meanwhile, CHMK, 2 players from Ukraine, 1 player from Russia. So Russia, Ukraine at the top there. And now we're seeing the overall leaderboard after game 2. Gambit, 41 points. Cruising USA. Cruising against USA, you might want to say. 41 points is a pretty huge lead right now. 25 points in second. NCD with 23, 19, 18. On down the line, we're looking for Liquid. We're looking for TSM. We're looking for North America. Is it NA #1? Is it EU #1? Is it Russia #1? Ukraine #1? I don't know anymore. Not North America right now.
Well, it might be a little struggle bus action. When we were talking about the consistency and the results and the patience in terms of those rotating fights, we really get to see the best of both worlds out of Gambit, because they're not just ahead now. You know, we talked about it. Yes, they didn't win the second match, but because of the consistency they built off of from that first dub, and then turning up the aggression going into that next game, they were just looking fantastic. And now, even though these guys just picked up that last win, we're going to have to see CHMK bust it out, get it going, clap some fools here, and capitalize on that win, pick up some dubs. Love that focus on getting the information as early as possible. Can never overestimate the value of knowing what is going to happen, when it is going to happen, and where it's going to happen, especially in Battle Royale. That circle, you can never be 100% sure where exactly you're going to need to move through to get where you want to be.
Yeah, and while we're on CHMK, as we switch away, that's okay. I'll still finish with my thought. CHMK, I'll just give a little bit of background for those of you who don't know. I'm not sure if it's directly related. It probably is. Chelyabinsk metallurgical plant. So think steel industry in Russia. That's where that team, that's their representation there. A public company in Russia. It's basically they make a ridiculous amount of steel. So shout out to them and their team. We'll see if they can keep it up there. The Chelyabinsk Metallurgical Combine. If anyone's curious, that's Team CHMK.
Nice. That's some good lore. You know, I unfortunately I never made it as a pro, so I could start up the Scranton coal miners, but we would have been bottom 20. We would have made it into the top 20, but we still would have been bottom. That's okay. That's okay as well, as we get a look at everybody kind of fanning out. And it seems that, you know, nature, as they say, life finds a way. Even though we've got cross-regional play happening here, we've got NA teams, we've got EU teams that aren't typically playing against each other at the highest level, like this, in an environment where they're all together in customs, but we still have them fanning out, right? You're still seeing the patient, more sort of, I don't really think that I need to force the issue early game, because those placement points are so important, and we've seen them all adjust very quickly to make sure that there's not really too much of a conflict there. We can avoid some early fights. But as I say that, I think TSM might have their eyes set on some early battling outside of East Fragment.
Got to get those shields up. Got to pump up that damage. And by the way, I believe some of these players are streaming, so be sure to support all these streamers. I believe Hal is streaming on Twitch right now, so you can check out all the points of views of all these players who are streaming. So be sure to support everyone competing in this tournament. And TSM, they're looking to make something happen here. They're one of the teams that want to represent North America in a huge way here. They almost made it happen in the last game, but it didn't end up working out. Ooh, we see some trading happen. What's on the floor? Let's see. We got some light ammo. We got some energy ammo. We'll see who picks that up. It's always fun to see who's going to rock what weapon. And of course, if you're really concerned about ammo, you guys at home playing on the ladder, make sure your team distributes what ammo they're using. It can just be better overall. If one player runs the energy weapon, one player runs a light ammo weapon, one player runs a heavy ammo weapon, so on, a sniper, so on and so forth. That diversification can be important. So we saw that unfolding here, but TSM trying to represent North America, but they have a couple teams around them. What an opportunity right now to rack up some kills and rack up some points.
Yeah, I was going to say, we got this awkward situation because Season not only kind of poking around in this building, but you've got TSM on the other side. Hal, shields peeled. They've got their own building, so it's a little bit easier for them to hold this contained spot. I was concerned that if you get into that fight in that center building, TSM was just waiting. They were so ready to pounce on that third party, and getting the disengage going by Klein, I think, one of the smartest things that he was able to do at the start of this round. Dying early, you're going to lose so much opportunity. You don't get placement points if you're outside of top 15. You don't get anything. So you want to at least make it that far. But, 1 or 2 points, that doesn't help you either. So you're playing for the late game, but you do have to be able to pick up those frags and stay alive when the fighting happens to make that a reality. CLG, by the way, not too far away as we're getting a look on this pan view. They're coming in a little bit closer towards where we were seeing Kenny FPS and Sineska. These guys all spread out. We haven't seen that big engagement happen just yet, though.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams in this area. At least 5 or 6 teams in the area. CLG just running through. We saw some charge rifle shots from the distance in the area, so there might be some mayhem unfolding here. We're seeing CLG being pursued by another team, so there could be like 7 or 8 teams in the area. 19 squads left in the lobby, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a big fight unfold somewhere. Trying to get those points, gotta get those kills. You want to engage at the right time. You want to be the team third partying. You want to be the team with the high ground. We see My Little Phony looking for some action.
Yeah, and the best thing about this, and these guys, every time you look at them, you at least get a little bit of a chuckle out of you. Good team name. Good movement that they've had, and they've been able to take some pretty good fights as well. So
I know you're a fan favorite of K7 Esports. If you just wanted to take a moment to talk about how they did in Apex South.
They were fantastic. I was also very fond of their ace players, woo and cha because just that ability to make someone who looks at your name pause. Sometimes that could be the difference between life and death.
It was fun covering them, but here we are, North America versus Europe. If you're just now tuning in, we have 8 teams from the North America region, 8 teams from the European region, and this is our final day of coverage here for GLL Masters. It's been an awesome season across all of these regions, and it's fun to have this show match here today. So let us know where you're from in the chat, and keep it civil in there. I know everyone's poking fun at each other. I know that's what's happening. But here we go. Looks like we have a fight unfolding. HRN, they did pretty well in game 1, in round 1. It's like they're in this geyser area. Usually someone picks a building and they fight between themselves.
Oh my God, disgusting. Just absolutely, just a tap-a-roo off that 30-30 repeater, and Plushka is taken down. I think he was the last player on his team, so a bit of a sad finish for those guys as they took a decent fight, but then, and then they ended up getting mopped up at the end of it. So early defeat for them. I actually think we're seeing Farmer Lucas and Stompez grabbing a res on the other side of Geyser, away from HRN, as they do not want to get up close and personal with those guys. We've been talking about them. Of course, they've been playing insanely well. They've been doing fantastically. 6th overall in their finals for North America. Strong team, strong squad so far that we've seen them in a lot of the fights and engagements today, even cleaning up some of the fan favorites like TSM that we were talking about. And it's always funny when we get into these conversations with these kinds of tournaments where everybody's like, the expectations, who's going to do how well, and we don't always have this competitive environment where it is the cross-regional thing going on, and the people are going to make their excuses about latency. They're gonna say whatever they feel like saying, because that's just how people are. But it's been so much fun to see how these guys all shake up against each other. We take a look over at Liquid, Albralele on the Octane. And this guy is, if you, at least for me, someone who's a little bit more active early on, just fun stuff. So Albralele just came in for Hodsick is the update that we're getting. I was going to say, I don't recall seeing this name here in the last 2 games. So he's coming as a sub, and, well, I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see. He's one of my favorite players to watch play Apex Legends, personally.
You see the Revenant there too, as we see a fight unfolding here. TSM in a little bit of trouble. Oh no! Uh-oh. This is that area where all those teams were. So this might be a domino effect. TSS getting the better end of TSM there, having a little bit better of a position in the alphabet, apparently. 17 squads left. That's not good at all for TSM amongst the 3 initial squads eliminated in this match number 3. So they're going to sit back and check out one of these streams or, go over game plan, because they need to turn around, and that's not going to be helpful for their standings in this tournament. But again, there's a lot of teams in this area. Yeah.
Well, the circle's
Production,
closing
as I
in
said
here,
it.
right? As that when you go for those scans and you see where those next rings are going to be, it's kind of ended up on this southeast fragment section. So if you want to try to play for placement, the smartest thing that you can do is just try to have that good position, stay aware of the enemy teams that are fighting. And if you're looking at, like, I'm looking at Klein and his buddies over there, they're seeing these shots go between these buildings. If that opportunity comes in for that third party, that's when you jump. But you don't just step outside for no reason and expose yourself to everybody else. You're just giving up. You're giving up that element of surprise, or that element of first engagement. As we see Gambit, I got my eyes on them coming in through that southern gap. Not too far away from them is a team spamming some caustic traps on our mini-map, closing off a little canyon entrance to that position. I think Team Liquid getting into a little bit of a scrap on the west side there. We saw some action going, but I don't think they were able to quite grab Fruit Ninja there. Absolute Monarchy we get a look at now, going for the res. And there is Fruit Ninja covering that as they do. They actually did try to come in. They're pushing up on them. Mady gets the down on Sir Lifty. They get Graceful back on the other side. So Nessie trying to make this play. We have Mady, no shields. Has that R99 though. Not a tremendous amount of extra bullets in that mag for him. As we go back over here, there's the Crypto just running away, getting out of this position. Fat Fruit Ninja has kind of been a little bit slippery in these games.
A little unfortunate situation there for him. He was about to get a res off, and then another team shows up. It just that's how it works in Apex Legends. So he actually got a lot of nice shots off. He played it really well, able to evacuate the premises, a tactical retreat, if you will. So he's going to look for an opportunity to recover his teammates. But at this level of play, there's almost no such thing as a res happening. It's almost impossible to make it happen, because there's so many squads around, and someone's going to hear you rezzing, and it's going to be very difficult to make it happen. But anyway, Alliance, they're jumping into some action, placing a portal. Let's see what happens here.
You're talking about how difficult it is to get a res off, and then you've got Wraith eating into you, dropping portals in the middle of your bubble so that they can bring the whole gang in. And JMW and Mady, we're seeing that Albraleli is down, so Team Liquid just absolutely getting racked and quacked a little bit there, as we've got just Flanker. He has the beacon for Albraleli, does not have Nocturnals, and whether or not he's going to get that opportunity to grab it remains to be seen. I think you might try to make that play for it. If you're going to res one, you might as well try to res both, right? Just need to not get killed as he is.
Yeah, again, there's almost no such thing as a res at this level of play. It's almost impossible to get a res off and get your teammates looted up, because everyone's going to hear it happen, because there's not a lot of space between all these teams. So we'll see. Definitely not an ideal situation there for Liquid. It looked like they had to rotate somewhat awkwardly. They had to run a pretty long distance across World's Edge, so they probably ran in a couple teams there and caught in an unfortunate position. Flanker trying to stay alive. We see Alliance shooting at him. We got a Kraber in the hands, and an R99 Kraber. That's a nice combo to have. And High Ground. Alliance on the hunt. I think Liquid not going to be long for this game, and just like TSM might be knocked out in the bottom 5 teams. Yep, Flanker just got knocked out, and Liquid, they're out of this match.
That's a tough situation to be in, right? He was really trying to make that opportunity happen, but as you said, these teams, they're so aware. Everybody is all over the place, and sometimes that mobile beacon, it can get a little bit easier. Sometimes you're able to hold one of those buildings early on that has it, and then you end up needing to use it later, and sometimes it just doesn't work, and you just got to figure it out a different way. We've got Nessie. They do have Graceful's beacon. Bringing him back would be a huge boon for them. They're going to move in on this. And there you go. You've got that little thing set up. Pulls back though. Doesn't feel it completely. Can kind of smell that that blood on the water. You get a little bit of that alert. Someone's aiming at you with that Wraith, and you get that tiny little ping that says it's time to back the fun bus up.
It's just impossible to try to make a res happen. We'll see if it can work out, though. I'd love to see it work out in a positive way.
Impossible.
But, I mean, just come on, man. Okay, there we see the ship. Let's play a game. How much time? We see him falling. How much time is that person? Look, he's already getting shot at.
Well,
the game is how long will he survive? My guess is less than 30 seconds, but
it's difficult to say the least. But as one of my favorite NA, definitely Apex players once said, "Nothing is impossible." Just
true. Yeah, I love to see it. It's just really hard to make it work. The moral of the story is you want to have 3 up the whole time. You don't want to have to deal with any reses. That's how you're going to find success
it is good to have
in
more
these
players
lobbies.
alive than dead. I definitely agree.
Exactly.
Waiting for this next circle to continue to close in. Most of the teams still split amongst their buildings, of course. You're hoping that you get that circle to make a hard turn in your direction, open up that opportunity to try to get a flank on somebody else repositioning, and not risk yourself too much, because as we've said, those placement points become super valuable, especially to make a hard turn in your direction, open up that opportunity to try to get a flank on somebody else repositioning, and not risk yourself too much, because as we've said, those placement points become super valuable, especially when you have this many teams packed into such a small space. It's inevitable that when the dominoes start to fall, they're all going to fall very quickly. The last thing you want to do is be the first piece that's setting off the rest of them.
Yeah. At the same time, I wonder if you get a Kraber in your hands, do you play a little bit more aggressively? You have a critical weapon, and you're able to dish out a lot of damage. I wonder if that inspires Alliance here to try to be more aggressive and get some kills and get those points. But an ultimate is going to shoo them away. They're like, okay, never mind. We don't want to be near these falling explosives. Thank you very much. That's Gambit, by the way. They're always going to be a hard fight to take, and they're getting shot at from the distance. We see another team in the background. Quite a few teams in this area. Not a lot of cover. So Gambit, where do they go? I bet they wish they could fly right now.
Well, you're gonna have to wait a few days for that option. I mean, that's going to be super cool, won't it? With all of that.
More on that in a couple days.
Excited. I'm excited. Crazy excited for that next season. That's going to be dropping so soon. But yeah, they don't have that option right now, unfortunately.
Nope.
Nobody's got
what
the
are they
jetpack
gonna do?
for them. You don't have that horizon here either for any sort of other movement. You're going to rely on the portal a little bit more off the Wraith as Alliance. Still taking a bit of those pokes. Yeah, they've had that team on top of them. I don't feel like the terrain around them has been too terrible, but they might feel a little bit differently. We get Macth over here with that Mastiff. Has the blue attachment, that shotgun bolt. A little bit faster shooting on that Bloodhound coming down. Tags for 33. Macth playing around the door, past 55. Really good job actually playing without the shields there. Tapping in, getting 1 or 2 shots, pulling back. It's done a really good job of not exposing yourself too much. JMW getting that door softened up. As the flank goes in from the other side, we get a look at Graceful on the flat line. And they get a beautiful sweep of this. K Swinney absolutely racked and quacked. That was just I mean, if you're talking about how you take a building like that, they did it about as well as you could have.
Yeah, I'm wondering about any other teams in the distance or nearby who would have heard that. And Macth is also wondering about that, kind of scouting around, but that was very nicely handled by Team Nessie. Picking up the squad wipe, and looks like they are out of danger. There's not too many teams around to threaten the third party. Now we're switching over to, actually we're going to follow Alliance here.
We're back over to Hawkus. Not only does he have that Kraber you were talking about, but he's got the Prowler now too.
Oh, he does, doesn't he? Jeez, that's what I want. I'd play with it on auto though, but he's in an awkward spot. I mean, they've been on this hillside for a little bit here. There's not a lot of cover. And remember, Gambit was over, that might be Gambit that's shooting at them actually, but we know Gambit's in the area. If Gambit hasn't been taken out already, but just awkward. It's just an awkward spot. You're on the side of a hill. Actually, I don't see Gambit in the area. Maybe they got taken out or they ran away from the spot. But the point is, there's not a lot of cover over here, and they have to cover distance. So they're gonna have to run over open space. Yeah, Gambit got cleaned up. Whoa, they were on this hillside, so they must have got sandwiched. And that just means this tournament is that much more open. CHMK looking a little bit better too. Also, look out for Nessie. We just saw them pick up some nice kills, and they have all their entire squad up. But here's the battle. Alliance, they're running for their lives. They're getting shot at by like 3 or 4 different teams, trying to find safety anywhere. But they're gonna run into another team.
Oh, it looks like they're getting hit by.
It's like my Apex games.
Exactly. They're getting hit by Nessie and HRN. And at the same time, they kind of got this vision all being obfuscated by the caustic, all the traps coming in, the ult coming in. And you love to see it. They get a huge wipe on Alliance, by the way, HRN does. Nessie is trying to get the follow-up on them, but it's a little bit difficult to see stuff through that gas, so they're going to move forward a bit more. There we go, getting the rest of the picks. And, you know, that really comes down to the engagement patience. They said, okay, we're trying to push in on Alliance, but then they realize, oh, somebody else is going after them. They step back, take a second to restock. Next thing you know, boom, boom. Your opponent is taken care of for you. You walk in, get the third party. Now you've moved up 2 placement spots. Maybe you didn't get 6 kills by killing both of the enemy teams, but I think you've gotten more than enough to walk away happy as they enter the top 10 now with 9 squads remaining.
Yeah, Nessie, almost like a shark, sharking around and tracking down team after team after team. Ooh, that's a Kraber shot from G7 Dolphin. And is that going to trigger a push? That was a great shot from the Kraber. But Nessie, we've been following them for the last few minutes. We see them just take a fight, take another fight, and just business as usual for them. So Nessie doing a great job and also staying away from being like third party. We haven't seen any other teams. Oh, we like to see that. Dolphin with the headshot on the horizon. Another fight unfolding. CLG, they're one of the favorites today. They're trying to make a statement. Let's see if they can survive this fight. It looks like they will. CLG doing a nice job, but they have a player who's out. So only 2 up here for CLG with 7 squads remaining.
Yeah, we've got Lou and Madness. These guys have been pretty competitive in the fights so far that we've seen. Beautiful Kraber shot, though. By the way, though, on the initiate there, G7 Dolphin, you're talking
It's our kill leader.
Been landing those shots absolutely beautifully. Only 33 rounds, by the way, in that Spitfire. He does not have reserve ammo, so if he can't get to a body for some loot, it could get a little bit tricky. He doesn't have necessarily the full spray available, but does he need it with that damage? Perhaps not. Bullets coming in from, I think that's Pringles on the roof, looking out over towards him and Nogs. And then there's, I don't know, that's like 3 people. When we get the zoom out view like this on a house where there's 9 people inside of a small space like that, I honestly don't even know what to say. It's a disgusting thing to see. It's terrifying, but also at the same time, how much of a knife's edge these games are played on because everybody is so close, but at the same time, trying to avoid starting the fight.
This is a not an uncommon sight. Literally 2 buildings next to each other. We have a team renting out each floor of each building. So you literally have like 4 teams being very angsty neighbors, and we're going to find out who's going to make the first move, who's going to make the first complaint to the HOA, because they're not going to be able to stay there for long. This fighting should unfold pretty soon here. Should be just a domino effect at this point with 5 squads left and not that much space.
Yeah, we've got Badoli over here on the R301 as the EVA 8 in tow, a classic combination that we've seen. 5 squads remaining, though. And like we've said, when you see the enemy team start to fight, that's when everybody's going to run in, try to get those third parties. It turns into a bloodbath. You don't want to be the team that's getting initiated on. And if you're going to try to force a fight, you need to be so confident that you're ready to deal with potentially 2 or 3 more teams running in after you. That's why you see that very slow, patient, methodical play. You play for picks a little bit. If you can grab somebody who's too overexposed, focus them down with your teammates without taking any damage. Those are going to be the optimal trades. If all you need to do before the next fight is reload, you're in a good place. You're happy. If you have to take the time to try and grab that shield swipe or grab any ammo off the bodies, then you're just every single second that you're putting towards anything other than defending yourself, just another opportunity for things to completely collapse under you. So Gibraltar ult's coming down on top of the roof, trying to force somebody out. But that's why everybody else has Gibraltar, so they can put a bubble up to block it. Graceful on the bottom with the massive Kraber combo. 3 shots left on that Kraber, looking for a pick for Team Nessie.
Waiting for that bubble to go away, potentially. Nessie on the low ground, underneath. It's hilarious. There's a team underneath the building. There's a team on the first floor, on the second floor, and on the roof. It's like living in LA or something, but here we go. CHMK, I kind of like their position. Like they've got the high ground. Nessie, I don't know if I like their position because they're underneath all these buildings. So it's going to get really close quarters here. 4 squads left. Nessie, they would love to pick this one up. And CHMK, I think they're in such a good position here. Let's see how this unfolds.
It's tough because when you're on the very top and the very bottom, it's hard to see either of you, and you've got the team that's on the inside. But at the very least, being on the bottom means that you have this cover. You have the hard cover of the roof over your head. You're not going to be forced to use your utility as much to defend. He's trying to get some shots up. to the one player that's up in the sky, but this final
Ouch.
circle is closing in. It is
Ouch.
time to do the dance. CHMK is going to drop down. Team Season coming in
Nessie.
right behind. And
Nessie?
this is just where it turns into the absolute meme madness. It's just JMW, Matey, and Graceful cleaning it up. Nessie with a big fat dub. I think they took the best direction to come in from that side, the patient maneuvering. And I mean, just between you and me, man, it is so hard to keep track of everything that goes on in that final moment of chaos where you have 3-4 teams playing within what, like a 5 square meters sized plot of land. That's it. That's absolutely nothing else left. People trying to like boop themselves up, move around, but it just didn't end up working out for everybody except for Team Nessie, who have really been showing why they only dropped to Avantgarde by 3 points, by the way, in their finals, as they
Nessie going absolutely huge. Yeah, Nessie going absolutely huge. We saw the Octane there as the kill leader, but for a different team. But however, Nessie, watch the ending closely here. Who racked up all these kills at the end? We have Graceful getting low on help. JMW is still up. There's Wraith. JMW with the Mastiff taking the shots, and that's going to do it. That's what leads Nessie to the win there. Not only did they win, dude, I think they racked up a lot of kills. Is it Sweden? Is it Sweden, UK? Is it Sweden, UK?
Watching them kill everybody, so.
Yeah, I was going to say, is it Sweden, UK #1 now? It's changing. Sweden #1, Graceful and Matey from Sweden on Team Nessie. UK #1, JMW. I don't know. Thankfully, the chat is here to help us with that. Right?
Yeah.
Nathaniel?
Well, I mean, if we're just going off chat feedback, everybody's terrible and nobody should be playing this game for money. So I think we'll just have to let the results speak for themselves on this one, as we still got a decent bit more games to go. But yeah, with only 8 matches being played today, every single one of those wins is worth its weight in gold, right? There's only going to be so many opportunities, and it's still $6,000 first place prize. You know, you talking about people memeing, people being aggressive, a little more than they need to be. Well, I don't mind seeing the aggressive play a little bit here and there, because that's, that gives us something to talk about. That's exciting. When you've got 7 teams crawling like spiders in the attic on that last building, it becomes very difficult to see the way through for most of them. But guys, we're going to tally those scores up, and we'll be back after a short break with more EU versus NA show match for GLL. welcome back once again to the Apex Legends GLL NA versus EU show match, where we only bring you the highest quality cuts of gameplay. After 3, we've got our standings updated for y'all, as Gambit Esports still manages to hold on to their lead just barely, but Team Nessie, they're catching up, Axel Toss.
Yeah, Nessie went absolutely huge. We're going to get into the game pretty quickly here, but if production can do me a favor, I'd love to know who got all the kills for Nessie. Nessie, 22 kills, and I feel like a lot of that came from the game we just saw. So that would be the one stat I'd like to see, how many kills they got last game and who racked up the kills, because that ending was just clinical for Nessie last game. What an amazing result to have happen. I think we literally just saw Nessie just mow through every single team as they dropped down from above. So really cool game last game. EU #1 is what's happening right now. They're at the top of our standings, but we're not even halfway through. We're 3 out of 8, so still got a lot of games to come. If you're a North American fan, it's okay. Do not be too concerned. There is room to come back, but so far, Team Europe putting themselves in a really good position going into match number 4.
Oh yeah, and we jumped straight into this. By the way, we were getting ready, coming back, and they're saying, yeah, everybody's just so excited to get into this next game. It's just kicking off, so we're ready to rock and roll. Jump into another round here for our NA versus EU show match, and you know it's important to keep in mind. You know, it's all in good fun. The actual main tournament itself is over. They're playing for some money, but there's no reason why we can't all be friends, Axel Toss. I say,
it's all love, dude. I mean, at the end of the day, why is esports so cool? Why are video games so cool? It's because I can have friends in Europe. I can have friends in Russia, Ukraine, in China, in Korea, in Australia. I can have friends all around the world thanks to video games. So I see all the banter in the chat.
Every game than I
know. I see the banter in the chat, but what I see is gamers having fun, giving each other a hard time. Because at the end of the day, how cool is it that we're all from different places in the world, but we're able to share in something that we all enjoy, which is video games, and in this case, Apex Legends. Such a cool game. Of course, this game is switching up. We're going to see a new era of Apex Legends in a couple days, so I see this as a celebration of what has happened up to this point in Apex Legends, and I'm thrilled to see the competition between North America and Europe. And we know there's adversity everywhere. There's some challenges some of these teams have to work through to play their best, but that's what we enjoy. That's why we're here. That's why we love seeing this action unfold. All these players from different places competing in one arena.
A competitive spirit, right? That's what it's about. It's about overcoming that, working together, and making the most of every opportunity that comes your way. And I'm glad we've got it nice and close, right? A couple of top teams. We've talked about
I have a question today. Do you think these teams are all really angry at each other right now, or do you think they're all having fun?
That depends on when they die, I think, probably.
I think they're all having fun no matter what at this point, and I think we all are too.
Yeah, if I was to quote an alien, I would say it varies from moment to moment, likely for a few of them. You know, if you want to be a real competitor, you have to beat yourself up a little bit when you make mistakes, right? You have to really try to remind yourself that, you know, you're constantly looking to improve rather than just try to take it all right now. It's a long, more of a marathon than a sprint, right? There's a reason why this isn't just one game of Apex that just decides everything, because there are a lot of things that can happen. There are a lot of things that can go wrong. And by playing it over a total of 8 matches, you get rid of a little bit of that variance and playing off of more of like an average consistency of performance, which has had me, that's why we were looking at Gambit so much, because they not only have been finishing really deep in most of these games so far, with that one win, of course, helping them, but the consistency and being able to pick up kills here and there is got Nessie in a great spot too, as we look over at Team Season. They've got eyes on another team early here, so maybe some early action.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I'm just based on that last match we just saw, I might be becoming a Nessie fanboy, just seeing how they were handling these powerful weapons, the Kraber, the Peacekeeper, the Mastiff, all the way to the very end of that last game, and just cleaning up the lobby. Very impressive stuff. I'm really looking out for Nessie as this game continues, and also it's a fun name. I like the name. But here we see Alliance on the low ground near that lava. And they have to be careful because if they're rotating in the direction of our sweeping camera shot, they're going to run into another team here on the high ground. So also, ooh, we see another team kind of lurking in the distance there, kind of approaching Alliance. And we might see some fighting unfold here soon. The floor is lava, though, Nathanius. Got to be careful where you're stepping.
Yeah, it's not like insta-kill. It's not like a Terminator style where you just melt into it, stick your thumbs up as you disintegrate into nothing. But we get a look over here, My Little Phony, and this was something that we got to see a decent little bit of in the APAC region, using the Death Totem so that you can continue to force fights in a meta where you're otherwise playing a little bit more safe. This isn't match point ALGS style. It's total kills and total placement points at the end of 8. So you want to get those as much as you can. That's why you see that pick come in on the Revenant. You're using, you're not just trying to play mass silence memes. You're really trying to use that Death Totem so you can pick up a couple of extra kills, because the difference between getting 3 kills and 7 could be what makes you win or lose over the course of 8 matches. That adds up per game very quickly.
See NCD here getting some nice shots off, trying to rotate to where they need to be. It's getting a little bit tense here. Not a lot of cover in the area, as you can see. A lot of open space and a fair amount of teams around. Looks like we have a little bit of calmness though here. Some teams repositioning. I love this area of the map as well. See these towering icicles that you probably don't want to accidentally run into. Looks like it would be very sharp, but clearly very cold in this area as well.
I would recommend not impaling yourself on a giant icicle.
It's kind of stay away from those. Don't accidentally jump into them with the jump pad. But My Little Phony over here trying to track down this team, and it's an interesting composition. It's an interesting point. Revenant, Octane there, and that combo is very interesting because it helps close the distance, and that's exactly what you want to do. If you have Revenant using that ult, you want to close that distance as fast as possible. So Octane there makes a lot of sense. You're able to hit that Revenant ultimate, throw the jump pad, close the distance, and try to engage as fast as you can. But now we're switching over to TSM. We got the Octane, Bloodhound, Gibraltar combo. TSM underwhelming today so far. They're going to look to have a big game right now, and they need it if they're going to make it up these standings. They have unfortunately finished in the bottom 5 at least a couple times today, so they're going to look to rack up some kills and get a better placement. But as I say that, 19 squads still around in this game, so pretty slow developing. Not any crazy fights happening in the early stages here. Everyone kind of keeping their distance and posturing, trying to find a good position. And we can see, look at all these teams already tucked deep into the bottom left here. And I love it. We're gonna have I love the lava endings. If there's fire around that these players are gonna have to navigate, it's always a fun show to watch unfold.
We had a game in APAC South get decided by that as well. We had a game where they got stuck there. That the final circle was basically just on it, and it was a mess. Albert Laley getting up close on the Octane, gets knocked. Eva 8 not able to get the job done for him. Bit of a hectic fight as the circle is closing in over Epicenter. There won't be a whole lot more room. There's not a lot of time that they can spend here, even if they do win this fight. So this is just one of those really just from bad to worse situations. Flanker gets knocked down here by you're not able to avoid the bombardment. So now we've just got Nocturnal. Can he get? Is he going to try to make a play for a banner? I don't think we're going to see that.
He's getting chased.
Yeah, he's just trying to get out of here. He's all on his own, and he's outside the ring. So that damage is something that's just going to put a little bit more pressure on him to try and make something of this tough situation, because you've got My Little Phonies on the other side. But you see Plushka and Goj over here on the other end of where you could try to go to rotate around this. And I love that we're seeing, there's G7, Dolphin, and Nugs, and all of them up off on the other side, closer towards where the point that everyone needs to go to get to that next circle is.
Liquid in a lot of trouble. Only one man up. We'll see if they can at least survive and get decent placement points, but not an ideal situation, finding themselves on the verge of being knocked out in the bottom 2-3 teams of our match number 4. Also, I think TSM was struggling a little bit too, so we'll have to keep an eye on that as we're moving over to Avantgarde, who won the European region almost out of circumstance in a weird way in the final game. What?
Oh, it looks like they're trying to play for the resources a little bit here, but it's these protracted engagements, these drawn out fights outside the ring, getting nice and messy. NCO, they're still trying to make sure nobody else is coming around.
How did that happen, dude? How do you get downed while you're trying to get some items from the market? How does that happen? That is a huge mistake.
Unfortunately, we don't have any rules about letting, taking turns with, with the materializer.
There's no social distance lines to use that thing.
No,
okay.
No. Well, not when you land your shots from more than 6 feet away as well.
I don't know if I've ever seen that, honestly. A player just trying to get an item and then get knocked. Usually that doesn't happen at competitive play, I think, but it just happened there.
How about Nocturnal, by the way? I feel like I'm watching the Odyssey. Like this is just amazing. Look at our poor boy trying to make his way. Odysseus, can he get back to Ithaca? We'll find out. We'll keep you posted. One, as My Little Phony may have got their eyes on him. There's Pringles coming up. He's got his bubble covering, going back towards the other one. Do they have the eyes on him though? Because they're all circling around, trying to get the vision on that last player they're trying to pick off here. You see the boxes. Okay, well, those are the other Liquid players who died a very, very long time ago. So there's not too much hope, I think, for that situation, as we've got Fury looking down on the rest of the gang. And I just love how much of this game we've been spectating that's been outside the ring. Everybody's just taking dots the whole entire time, waiting for that third round circle damage to start to punish them a little bit more. But they do have the balloon to escape and get back over towards where the circle's ending, which, Axeltoss, you may get your evil dreams coming true. There's a lot of lava over there. A lot of lava.
Fire. And a lot of teams. Look at that. So many teams already in the area, kind of just looking at each other. Trying to see... Just keep in mind how many teams are around them. You know, some of these teams are seeing 2 teams around them, 3 teams around them, so they're trying to judge it to the best of their ability. We're hearing some shots exchanged. It looks like a bit of a skirmish involving CLG here. They had a pretty good appearance in the North American region. They were on the verge of being in the top 3, but just barely not able to make it happen. Certainly, potentially a favorite here today. At least one of the better teams out of North America. Looks like they're in a little bit of trouble here. Hopefully they're not going to get sandwiched. They have Season up on the right hand side, and they have teams looks like flanking almost from every direction, so they got to be careful.
We've got Zeref coming over here. Is going to throw that. Okay, I'm looking at this. It's like the door is still there, so I'm not sure that that's going in. Not sure that Thermite's going in through the door. Now they've got it busted open. Looking to try and grab these guys if they can force them out a little bit. Team T-Rex. Let me take a look at them. Got the R301 EVA 8 combo. Nice setup. Lands a few leg hits. Going to pull back and retreat. That mobility off Octane. Always a pleasure to see with that stim. CLG holding it down on the other side of this building as well. We got Vaxi and Loot and Madness just chilling. But Team T-Rex not too far behind, as they've just kind of retreated back towards the train tracks and avoiding that engagement for now. CLG with that high ground can still look down. They might try to take the engagement here. Vaxian goes for the scan. He's got his ultimate popped. Beast of the Hunt. He's ready to make it happen. Moves in, sees the steps. They're coming out. Looks like they all kind of took one angle, so there was a little bit of an escape path open for them, and they're going to continue on that retreat. Lands a couple of nice shots. Goes for 97. There's that knock. Dippities is going to get cleaned up by that EVA 8.
Yeah, T-Rex on the run. CLG feeling really good taking this engagement, and that was one of the cleanest wipes you can ask for. However, third party is happening here. Bloodhound is down. We see a ultimate from Lou or Gibraltar on CLG, and what was a pretty nice position just turned a little bit more hectic, as of course a third party going to be happening, maybe even a fourth party. So CLG in a bit of trouble. Yes, that's TSM sweeping down the hill, and they're like, oh, thank you very much. I see you just had a fight here. I want to take you out. I want to get some points. I'm going to find some loot. And TSM timing that really nicely. And actually getting some more shots. Triple take from above. The Gibraltar reps. Nice shots. So satisfying to hit those shots at the triple take. Obviously helpful towards getting that damage towards your next shield. Thermite, TSM, they're hunting Thermite in the building there. They know a team is in there. They might try to engage it. Snipe down. Look out for the scan from Bloodhound. They absolutely know a team is there. That team is actually going to be on the run. So TSM, are they going to try to track them down? No. Looks like they're going to turn around. Go up the hill. Take it easy. CLG still in the area. There's a lot of teams in this area. This is that domino effect we talk about. One team is fleeing, but there's quite a few teams behind them. So who's going to be able to rack up the kills here and come out on top?
Every shot fired is kind of like ringing that dinner bell, as we've been discussing. They were fighting over that same van area that they were playing earlier. Dolphin's going to come in, though, with that EVA 8. He's got the purple bolt, getting in a tremendous amount of hits in. Easy cleanup so far. Hal, though, gets knocked on Badoli. So Nogs, he's going to try to scan, trying to see where the opportunity is for him to try and make a move to help his teammate out. But Badoli has been eliminated. It's just Dolphin. He's on the run. He's still taking hits, though. He's kind of stuck in this spot. If he is there somewhere he can easily run to from there? I'm not 100% sure. And here comes Hal on the outside with that Spitfire. He's gonna mop him up. And as I was saying, there was, unfortunately, even if you can go fast, you do still need somewhere that you can go to. In that scenario, he did not.
I heard a Bloodhound ult in the distance, so Hal's gonna play us a little bit safe. You see the utility of Octane there, able to drop down to an awkward spot, but has the jump pad so he can get back up to his teammates in an instant. TSM having a huge game right now. NA #1 might become a more relevant thing to say. They're having a huge game, still 14 squads left, but I'm looking out for TSM to do really well here. My Little Phony trying to edge guard, barely staying alive. There's got to be another team in the distance, though. I'm so nervous for them. Furry trying to get the res off onto his teammates. No one else is here for now. Looks like above them. TSM is above them and hearing what is going on, but not able to find an angle. Snipe Down would love to jump in there and make the damage happen, but it looks like for now, he's going to stay up on the high ground.
It's an awkward situation because, I mean, thankfully, right, you have the Octane in your team, so getting up there shouldn't be impossible. But the position of it is really rough. Because like you were telling, there's TSM right on top of them waiting, and they are no slouches. Nessie, unsurprisingly, killing people. We come back over to them. A nice wipe on Season. And going to loot with the bubble over them. Just taking the precautions, recognizing that other teams should be looking at them. The circle, of course, gets very small, but we still have 12 squads alive. So at any point, it could turn into a clown fiesta if people are all diving in on top of one of these spots. So you need to be very aware, move in, get what you need, get the hell out, and get back to rotating and looking for those picks that you can grab on these guys. So hits 45 in the air. Nice shot off that wingman, but he's going to come back around the side, getting disoriented, trying to get that shield res up, not able to do it. Void running out. And Alliance is actually on the south side pushing up. So JMW is just going to run straight into Hawkes. He's got Crossfire with Ko. He might has that bubble up. We do have one of those players still knocked down right next to them. Maydi from Nessie trying to come up and give that clutch play to save them. And we're seeing is that Sonya on the top side closing him out. And CHMK, we talked about this. That third-party action is going absolutely insane. TSM is still in it, however, and trying to capitalize in any way that they can, getting a few shots in there as hell. But very hard to engage through that Gibraltar ultimate.
Great timing from TSM once again, pouncing on this fight at the perfect moment, trying to pick up those kills. They're trying to make some, put some distance in the standings for themselves, trying to rack up those kills, rack up those points, and they're timing this well. Snipe Down, though, he gets knocked. There's another team in business here. TSM potentially in a little bit of trouble here. There's another team coming in, and they're going to have to run. Kill lead, though, is for reps. Snipe Down, he might be left behind.
We see that kill leader's role getting swapped around a little bit as we look back over at CHMK. We've got Rugby on the Octane with the R301 EVA 8 combo. Able to get around quickly and easily, getting into those fights. That EVA 8 on Octane has been very fun to watch on every team where somebody's been employing it.
Storm is killing everyone.
57-36 on the ground from Sonya, so getting a nice bit of damage in. We've got these Evo shields max for a reason. Is going to come in, dropping down on top. The Octane going a little bit further in front, and Rugby's on the ground. Has the 301 EVA 8 still. Looking for that opportunity to get up close and personal. Very patient with this Gibraltar ultimate, by the way. Sonya not wanting to waste it as this circle collapses to a very small part. And that movement we were talking about, you can't just jump over everything and run around. You can take those little dots from the fire, and that could be just enough for the enemy to push you over with a few hits.
Reps playing hide and seek at this point. Other two members of TSM are down. He just had to run. He just had to run, and he's the only one up for TSM. HR in a little bit of trouble. The Caustic, though, he's still alive, trying to pop the battery here, get those shields back, and make something happen for HRN. But this is CHMK. They're having a great day today. They already have a win, and now they're just trying to rack up those kills. But 7 squads still remaining. That's a third party. CHMK, they're going to be in a little bit of trouble here. There's a team somewhere firing upon them, and they are going to be down. And actually, Reps is doing some damage. The last player from TSM is doing some damage on the map, and Underrated actually coming in here to finish that squad up. But this is that domino effect. There's always going to be another player, and that's Reps coming in as the solo, but he's going to get knocked out. So Underrated getting third-partied. They were pretty lucky, though, that wasn't another team. Oh, as I say that, another team coming in here. Reps getting knocked from TSM. TSM's going to be outside of the top 5, and now Underrated. They're going to be third-partied. So who's that going to be? TSS. And look at this, full shields for them. They're going to have a field day here, but again, it's that domino effect. I'm already hearing shots from somewhere else, and it looks like there is going to be a team right above. Not too many squads left here, and there's fire, there's lava to worry about. So movement's going to be critical here.
Yeah, there's only been a couple of positions where they could actually have that high ground cover, which is why they've been fighting over this low ground area so much. Lucid Dream comes down, and there's that TSS wipe. Farm Boys, we have Dream, Stompaz, and Farmer Lucas. They've taken that low ground position. Now they have that top side cover by default. As you can see, very useful when those ults come in. He's going to pop the Thermite around the corner, trying to get him while he's on the heel. And the flank side, nothing coming this way just yet. You don't have the widest cone of vision, but since so much of the ground is removed by the nature of the terrain that's in this final ring, it's still one of the best spots that they can hold. By the way, post-kill, he's just kind of trolling off to the side there, a bit distance from everything else, as well as Artico from Gambit. 4 squads left. Horizon coming up on the Revenant. Not enough, gets picked. And we go over to Roger Boger from New Esports. These are the guys we're watching on the edge, playing around this pillar. They do have the caustic, so attempting to run in and directly engage these guys would be almost suicide in this position. If you get hit with that slow, you miss your shot, you lose tracking on one of these players, everything gets ugly super fast. But with how limited the ground is, I'm also kind of excited at the prospect of seeing that caustic ultimate possibly end up having an influential impact on the outcome of this game.
Hardeki, you see him sneaking around and finding a death box. He had absolutely nothing in terms of health and shields, so he's trying to be sneaky, get some looting in, gonna return back to his teammate. See Stompaz above, taking some shots. Only 2 up here from Gambit. New Esports on the side, they're just playing the stealth game. I don't think they have many kills at all, but here they are in the top 3 with all 3 men up. That is New Esports, which is a little to the left of where Gambit is. Gambit with only 2. Wouldn't it be something if Gambit could figure out a win here? I think it's possible. I think it's possible for Gambit to come out for Gambit to come out on top here. Let's see what happens with these other 2 teams. New Esports, are they the only team with 3 men up? I think that might be true. It might be a 3 versus 2 versus 2 situation. No, it's 3 versus 3 versus 2. Okay, both these 2 teams have 3 men up, and we know Gambit is in the background somewhere. So Gambit wants these 2 teams to fight, and then Gambit is going to run in. And what a scene here! I mean, again, don't fall into the lava, but these guys are going to have to be on the move soon. Farmer Lucas taking some shots from above. Got that wingman. Plenty of ammo, I'm sure. Dream from above trying to get some sneaky shots. He's taking some damage.
Oh, that's just great shooting. I mean, they threw the caustic ult behind them to cover the flank from Gambit, but unfortunately, they didn't really have, as we were talking about, that hard cover above them. They didn't get underneath that position that we've been seeing everybody play for. And as his final circle brings everybody together, that gas is going to be wearing off just in time for Gambit to try to come in and get some clear outs on the tail end of it. But Impulsive Dream with the EVA 8 not able to get it done. Farmer Lucas coming back on the side, though, trying to cover for them, trying to get that wingman swap. Does get that knock, but it's not enough.
Wow.
And Gambit, at the end of all of it, we were talking about being kind of put in that awkward position, but in these fights, I'm not sure if the caustic ult was just a little bit preemptive. They gave up the ability to kind of stall out that top side. The bullets came from above. They're starting to get cleared out. Of course, they want to jump down and get the finish off, but that really was just beautiful, opportunistic play out of Gambit, recognizing we have the man disadvantage. And as we talk about, very standard for late game Apex circles, especially in a 3-team remaining situation. The last thing that you want to do is be the first 2 teams fighting in the 3, of the 3. You don't want to be a team that gets maybe barely a win in that fight and then cleaned up by whoever is left over. And that's exactly what just happened. Just beautiful, beautiful play out of Gambit in this match.
And they already have a win in the books today. So Gambit showing how consistency can lead you to the fruit. I mean, they're playing consistently, and the points on the leaderboard are going to show for it, I'm sure. Another interesting game. It was fun to see Caustic sticking around the entire time. This was the graveyard of the game, this area here in Lava Fisher. It ended up becoming the demise for so many players up until the very end. Gambit, look at this. Look at how low in health they are. But the clutch coming through, literally, I don't know, 10 HP there.
Hardeki, under the stairs with a wingman. There you go. That's my answer for this game of Clue that we're playing.
That's scary. That's scary stuff right there. Gambit coming through again. Just tactics at the end there. Absolutely huge. They're facing against 2 other teams. They waited for that drop to happen, and then they chose the proper time to run in. We're seeing that a lot today. Which teams can choose that timing properly to rack up the kills and stay alive and also not get third-partied.
Yeah, and they did a really good job. I'm just amazing clutch play. By himself, gets the tap with the wingman to close that game and get another win for Gambit. Amazing. Guys, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll have the tallied scores for you in our next match of the GLL Spring Masters EU versus NA show match. Privyet and salutations, everybody. Welcome back to the GLL Spring Masters here for Apex Legends. We've got NA versus EU, and after half of the games have been completed today, Axel Toss, it's been looking like everything's coming up aces for Team Gambit. They have been rocking it. Here we take a look at the results of that fourth game we just finished.
Yeah, Gambit rocking it. What a crazy ending of that last game. This is a lot of fun. We've had a lot of really unique endings and a lot of really creative play, a lot of really nice highlights from for our competing teams. I mean, these last two games, the endings have been pretty crazy. Gambit, with only 2 players, able to navigate a path to victory against 2 other teams who had 3 players up each. Gambit got them to fight each other, and then they pounced. That's what you got to do. Take notes, folks who are trying to get better at Apex Legends. Here are our standings at the end of 4 games. We're officially halfway through our competition. Gambit Esports at the top, 58 points. CHMK, think Steel Industry, 44 points. Nessie with 41 points. NCD 38. Not too far away. A lot of teams still in this. And again, we're halfway through. So I've said it before. In a situation like this, anything that has been done in the first 4 games can be undone in the next half, right? The next 4 games. So I'm looking out for TSM to have a nice game. One of these games. I'm looking out for Liquid to have a huge game, and we know it's possible. If one of these teams can just have a huge game, that's really all you need to pull yourself back into contention.
Yeah, but at the same time, I gotta say, Gambit been doing such a good job with their consistency in terms of placements and kills. There's only one other team, right, with more kills at least than them, and that's NCO. They're tied with Nessie. Teams that have just been doing a really good job being aggressive, but also playing for the opportunities. And just how disgusting is that at the end of that last round? That fight got so close. It was such a mess, but then Hardeki with the wingman just says, nope, I would like to win this game at the final moment. Thank you, sir. And he is able to make it happen in stellar fashion. And for that, we go back over as we jump into our next game with Gambit Esports, landing in on World's Edge, and they've been the kings of World Edge today, as they've been doing very, very well. Anybody that runs into them would be amiss to take the fight, because these guys have not been losing many of them, Axel Toss.
It's a sight to behold. Hardeki, probably the man of the match, man of the moment, man of the day so far, hailing from Russia, having a huge day and a huge game last game with that wingman at the end. Kind of a classic look, the wingman and the Wraith, right? I don't know if there is more classic of a look when it comes to Apex Legends.
You need to have GTV in your name.
Exactly.
With the Wraith and the wingman. That's
there you go.
Yes. And as soon as you're down to the disconnect icon, that's the combo.
All the Wraith mains out there can just take that highlight from the end of that game and show their friends and just be like, look, Wraith is the best. Hardeki really showing that, which is really cool to see. Also, from the regionals, Gambit did okay. They didn't win, but that region, and it was such a weird ending, as we see the observer saying, North America is your favorite? Is that what you're saying? Or we like it in the bottom left? Is that what we're saying? But anyway, Gambit, they've been so consistent, and in the European regional, like, they were close to winning that. Gambit could have, if Gambit had had a great game, just the very last match of that regional, they would have won. Like, if they had a really, really good game. So they were in contention. They've just been super consistent. If you go look at the results, and they're showing how that consistency can lead to really nice results in the moment right now. So we're halfway through, and Gambit setting themselves up in a really nice position. Who's going to be the team that comes back and challenges this?
Yeah, that's a big question, right? Who can really contest them? I'll be honest with you, Nessie's been super fun to watch. Those guys have also just been really, really good at the mobility, at getting the damage in and playing around those weird circles, especially considering that this thermal finish is going to potentially have similar issues with just not having a lot of space that you can move around, having to rely on moving through those bridges, those platforms, and not really having the same sort of open-ended building type finish like you might have in some of these other areas. I think across the matches that we were doing this weekend with APAC South, it was actually pretty well spread out. We hit, I think, 2, maybe 3 harvester finishes. We were out west, southeast, northeast, but I've been seeing some good lava finishes. That seems to be a bit of a focus for this show match.
I mean, I was asking for it, but I think the universe is over delivering right now. So apologies. I'm still a fan though. I'm still not over it yet. I would rather have it over lava than in Skyhook any day of the week.
Well, Skyhook is there's a whole too many conversations to be had there. We take a look over at Milo Phony. Pringles getting some shots in with that R301. They've got SHRP from TTM downed. Looking for the rest of this squad, of course. You know, you get one, the others can't be too far away, right? Quote. But see that sonar coming out from the top of the structure from that Bloodhound. It does reveal you a little bit as well when you use it. So that gives Pringles and Phony the heads up that they need to try and keep this engagement going. Rambo gets the shields peeled off of him, but there's a decent bit of distance between the two of them. So you're looking at, are they going to hard engage off of level 1 Evo shields when they don't necessarily know how many other players could be nearby? I don't think so. So it's kind of slow down, let it simmer a little bit. Keep the lid on it so you know you don't want to like air it out too much, but when it's ready, it'll be delicious.
Yeah, I'd love to get a look at. Oh, we're gonna see a fight here, but I'm interested about TSM right now and Liquid. I think between TSM and Liquid, and CLG even, those teams, they need a statement game. This might be the game where one of them needs to rise up here. But we're seeing a fight. We're seeing quite a few fights actually. If you look at the top right, Philfeed going crazy. Alliance experiencing the awful caustic gas, Nathanius, or wonderful, should I say?
Did you call it awful? All right, well.
He was getting hurt by it, so.
Awful for them, I assume. Awful for them.
Feeling you with delight, though, I'm sure.
Yes. Yeah, well, you know, there's really nothing that quite gets my blood flowing, like placing some independent variables.
Ooh, here's Liquid. They're above Gambit? Is that Gambit? Wow, this could be a huge opportunity. No, that's CLG below them. Wait.
Yeah, they've taken a few hits, running back over towards some cover over here. Is he gonna make it? Not sure. Little Arcstar slow. Albralele is down here with Team Liquid as well. So Flanker had the up top position covered. Nocturnal lands looks like a Sentinel snipe on Madness for that finish off. He's gonna bounce, boop back over towards the rest of the team, get everybody back together. There's still a lot of high ground around them for people to shoot down towards them. So when we talk about the third party types of situations, this is why that movement and those rotations are so big. You don't want to spend too much time getting the res. You also don't want to get jumped by another team that was already hiding here, because that's another one of those scenarios that can always happen. And there you go. He sees it, takes another shot with it, not able to get it. That's the rest of the team moving in reposition around the side. There's the wingman off of Albralele down to just half of his health. It's going to rotate back around. And this is where you start to get a little bit sweaty, because you know that there's going to be more teams coming in with this much gunfire happening. Flanker gets a good hit, knocks Vaxian with the EVA 8 just a little bit. He's one shot inside the building going in for that res. Nocturnal coming out with a punch to try and push him back. And they're going to try to retake this building as best they can. You're worried so much about those third-party flanks coming in. Swapping over to T-Rex.
Yeah, we're swapping over. We got fights going on everywhere. Unfortunate situation there for CLG. They held their own, but Liquid catching them in the wrong place at the wrong time. T-Rex trying to survive. Tippities, the crypto, quick shield swap. NCD coming in here though, and
great chase by Dolphin.
They're gonna clean that up.
No escape at all.
We're seeing TSM doing things. Let's see in the top right. See if we can get a look at that. But that was a nice clean move there. No issues whatsoever. That's what you call a properly timed third party. And you're really happy because there's no fourth party happening either. It looks like TSM, let's see. Well, it looks like it's gotten a little quiet. Okay, actually it's Liquid there. So Liquid's trying to make it through this channel on the left-hand side, and they are being gate kept. So, how is Liquid going to handle this?
Well, they've definitely shown that they can handle the stressful situations pretty well. So on the move up over here, I think you're going to be looking for Albralele to maybe try to get the initiate with that speed, right? They've got the Gibraltar ultimate behind them. And we've talked about this when you're pushing through these valleys and canyons. You have these very tight and closed spaces where you're trying to push somebody through, but if another team comes in from behind, you don't want to get pinched, because then you don't have those alternative ways of getting out. You're going to have to burn your ults or use some of your other utility, your bubble, in a situation where instead of using it,
there's
kills,
TSM. Okay,
you're just trying to stay alive. Gets a good tap off that G7, 37 for one hit. Not bad at all. Snipe down.
These are three of the best teams in the lobby here. You got Liquid, you got TSM, you got Nessie. And that moment that we got that shot of Nessie fighting Liquid, it's starting to make you think of that arena mode that's coming out, that 1 versus 1 squad mode. Scenarios like that. How do you kind of navigate going through that choke point? But looks like they're all just poking each other for now, and no one's making any commitment here to this fight. Oh, here we go. Liquid gonna jump on through. They're like, all right, better late than never. Gonna jump in here. Gibraltar deploying the bubble, trying to take some shots. Nessie, they're good though. This is gonna be a hard move to make work. Also, you know TSM's gonna hear this, and they're gonna come on through too. So this could be a major domino effect here. Liquid trying to press the issue. Is it gonna work out? Taking a little bit of damage. Nocturnal gonna have to back up. Aberlele watching from the distance. Octane, he's fast, running away from that Arcstar. Gonna try to retreat. Oh no, there's a team coming from the back, of course. So this is gonna be another team that Liquid has to worry about. Liquid getting sandwiched. They're gonna be in dire straits here. Aberlele trying to pick up some banners, but I don't know, Liquid, they're in a dire position.
Yeah, as you pointed out, you've got a lot of the top teams right here fighting, so there is a lot of motivation and value to finishing off any of these knocks that you can get on these big boys, as you got guys like Aberlele going down and Flanker going down and Graceful. Now Hal coming over with that EV8, trying to get it done. 301 off the top. Has the jump pad available. No shield at the moment. It's going to stim and come off towards the side. I'm not sure if that's another team that's actually coming in over here.
Yes, it is.
Another third party coming in to ruin the day for these boys, as Reps is still knocked. And we go back over to NCO. These guys are looking good with their level 4 shields, ready to move in and try to get this third-party action done. Dolphin's got the Spitfire. He does have the gold mag on it. 31 in right now, so he's had a lot of opportunity to land these hits. Try to do his best, but man, there's so many angles being covered from a distance here on World's Edge.
This is, I mean, there's just so many teams around in this small area, so it's inevitable. It just happens. So many good teams and not a lot of area to, you know, the ring gets smaller and smaller, not a lot of area to navigate. You're going to run into each other. So that's what we're seeing unfold right now. My Little Phony, we see that Revenant ult in effect here. This fight still happening. TSM, they were a little bit in tatters. My Little Phony coming in here. Remember, Liquid was at the start of this. There we see actually Liquid there, kind of in the middle. And do we have a moment of calmness here, which is a little surprising. Looks like the fight has unfolded. 12 squads still remaining.
You mean that 3-minute long engagement is finally starting to simmer down?
I think so. I think we can take a breath. Nessie and Liquid were kind of they were on the wrong end of that fight.
They're out, yeah. TSM just has one player right now as well. Worth keeping in mind.
Remember how that started, dude? Nessie was gatekeeping Liquid, and Liquid jumped in to fight Nessie, and then literally all these other teams came around. TSM, huge casualties. They lost 2 in that fight, so only 1 man is up from TSM. That was just a crazy scene to unfold, but that's what happens in these choke points on World's Edge when these teams have to run across the map to get away from this storm. We have another fight unfolding here. Alliance looking like they're in a pretty good position. Full purple shields. They're going to be happy with that. And they're going to be worried if a team is to their lefts, but it doesn't look like there is a team to their left, so that will enable the... Oh, nope. There, as I say that, shots from the left, so they're going to have to go to the right and focus on this team coming in. And here is that lava fissure ending. Oh, careful. Careful.
I'd love to see this, though. They're using that death totem so that they can try to force a couple more of these fights without having to leave their actual lives at risk. They're able to pick up at least 1 kill there off of that. You go back to the totem. As long as the totem position is safe, it's just so nice to be able to take that huge opportunity to go after the enemy team without exposing yourself to, you know, getting picked off or third partied. Even if you do get a full team wipe and you do that, just being able to still retreat off the back of the third party is so important and so useful. Getting a silence over here on NCO as they're trying to hold their building down. Gets the EVA 8 out. He spread out a few of his shots across the Gibraltar, and the other guy coming in is going to go for the res on Bedoli while Octane covers for him, and it looks like he's going to be able to get right back up on his feet to continue moving on in this game. Not sure that they got the full wipe over there. We've got My Little Phonies containing them for the time being in the side of that building.
Yeah, so this is the high ground outside.
To continue moving on in this game. Not sure that they got the full wipe over there. We've got My Little Phonies containing them for the time being in the side of that building.
Yeah, so this is the high ground outside of Thermal Station, which is obviously pretty important because that's why we're seeing so many fights happen. This is the moment where you have to decide if you're jumping down into that Thermal Station area. It's a commitment. So right now, all these teams are trying to hold this high ground and hope the ring comes in their direction, basically, so they don't have to commit to that low ground. So that's what we're seeing unfold here. We have a fight. These two teams taking shots at each other on that high ground spot. Still a good amount of teams left. This is a very similar end ring to last game in this lava fissure area. So we're going to have to see if these teams will get pushed to the low ground, and then we'll see a similar fight unfold as what we saw last game. But for now, it looks like a lot of these teams just holding down in a position here and there, playing patiently, finding a building to chill, and trying not to get third-partied.
Now that's the biggest focus. You want to move in after the gunfire starts. We take a look back over at Gambit. Going back towards the inside of this house, making good use of the terrain. This is why when we talk about rotation being to emphasize focus for these guys, it's all about being able to give yourself somewhere to fall back to. And you're not always going to have that in Apex because as you start to shoot or get shot at, another team from the other side approaches that building, things get tough. We've got Team Season though. They're kind of in an awkward spot here. They don't really have a whole lot of room to maneuver with Gambit right there in their faces.
This is, I mean, Hardeki's going to push. He's going to set a portal up over there. What's the plan? He's going to go back. What's the plan here, Hardeki? It looks like... Oh! Didn't mean to do that finisher, so backed out of it to finish off the shots. Were they engaged by another team, taking down one? Gambit trying to play this smooth, but it's pretty funny. This ring, about an eighth of it is over water, so all these teams are going to be pushed all the way to the west edge of the map. And that's where Season is right now. They're in the as far west as you can go on this map. Honestly, I can say I don't think I've ever been where they are right now personally. And I've played a fair amount of Apex. So they found a pretty unique spot. They see that portal. That portal goes back to the building. So that was just a little bit of temptation there from Gambit. Hardeki's like, take the portal. I dare you. Take the portal. But they're not going to bite. And we see some other teams coming in. Remember, we had those teams on the high ground earlier towards Lava Fissure. They're going to have to sweep into this location. And now we have a fight unfolding. It's new esports. We got the Caustic player. Only blue shield. A little bit surprising to see that. He's got the Volt and the Wingman. Looks like trying to track down an enemy team. That's Alliance. Looks like they've got that Revenant ult deployed. So they're going to try to get some free damage in.
Little flashbang.
And we're going to see some fights unfolding here. Yeah.
Little flashbang for everybody watching there. To go back over to Hawkins from our Team Alliance coming in. Gets knocked down by the mobile beacon. And coming in as well, we have Vipes on that cleanup. You know, that Caustic play in the building is so stressful to deal with, not just because, of course, you have the gas to worry about, but once the trap is triggered, especially when it's in a position where it's blocking something, even if you want to try to run past it, you still have to wait for it to go away for the most part when it's on something like those stairs. The ability to kind of move around those is just really, really annoying, and that's the value that they try to generate by going with that pick. Now, coming in backside is Hawkins again on that EVA 8. Boom, boom. Easy cleanup on enemy and gets that kill leader call out. So My Little Phony, we jump back over to these guys. We've got Pringles on the EVA 8. They are going to be looking for that res on Rambo. And everything's just kind of starting to get crazy on the collapse. It's not focused as much on the lava as it is these buildings on that west edge. So a little bit more positional play, a little bit more room to maneuver around. You have these giant rocks as well with Team My Little Phonies on the other side of it. And of course, as you pointed out, we have Season who are literally edge guarding, as you would say. You're on the edge of World's Edge.
It looks like there might be a path behind Season that kind of connects My Little Phony, and they're going to take it. My Little Phony, sneaky. Got to be careful.
Pringles has to be super cautious.
Season heard him. Pringles is going to back up. So they kind of just revealed their position, which is okay. Season now knows that they're there. These two teams are probably going to stay passive. I would rather be My Little Phony. I like their position. I don't know about being in the building where Gambit is. So this is another position where I think if Gambit is able to navigate victory here, it's going to be really impressive. They seem to be in the middle of everyone right now. So that's kind of a tough spot, but they did it last game. So we'll see. Gambit still in contention deep into the late game here in match number 5.
And that's, as we talk about, when it comes down to these situations, you don't want to be the team that initiates the fight unless you know that you're going to be able to recover and deal with a possible third party or fourth party, right? These teams are all waiting for the powder keg to get lit, so they can all just kind of jump in and look for their harvest, look to make something of that. And we have the drone coming up over the top, getting ready for that. Brings it back.
Ooh.
Got My Little Phony. There's the ult. So they wanted to take that position we were talking about earlier. They waited, though, for the Revenant ult so they could get the totem. They're coming in. We've got the knock on Klain, so he's down. And since this is towards the edge, you have to be really careful with the movement. You don't want to fall off, obviously. And a really, really good take. When we talk about why you go for the Revenant pick, that is it right there. And Team Gambit, they come in on the third party there as well. They're ready to move in this position. But the other nice thing, of course, about that death totem is it does give you a way to pull out of those situations as well. As My Little Phony, they're still alive. They walked in, they got the kills, they got TP'd back. Gambit got the loot, sure, but you can't complain about that when you're able to get those kills, keep your team alive with all of your resources, and then prepare for the next fight.
Gambit, opportunistic about the loot. My Little Phony had to be really careful to do exactly what they did, which is hit strong, hit fast, and get out. Because if they had meandered, or if that fight had not been fast, guess what? Gambit was going to third party that and take everyone out. So My Little Phony did a good job wiping that squad, wiping Season, and then getting out of there and making sure that Gambit didn't take. Oh, what? Gambit is. They're leaving some shields on the ground for now, which is interesting. Okay, you got to be careful with that.
I mean, having the opportunity to go for the armor swap in the middle of the fight is still nice, even if you can't pull it off of the death boxes necessarily. Dropping it on the ground and then grabbing the other one so that it's there isn't too bad either. You rather have a little bit than nothing in a situation where they're trading if they get pushed, but they're keeping their options open. We've got the Bloodhound looking on that triple take for someone to peek their head through a door, and there he goes. He's going to crack that armor, that juicy 51 follow-up damage.
So they're dropping their existing armor and they're upgrading armor they found just to have as an asset. That's pretty cool. Getting that damage. Fight unfolding though. New esports. Caustic is down. Crypto's still up. Wraith. Rogers in a little bit of trouble. Looks like they're underneath this roof, which is going to protect them from the Gibraltar ult, but it will not protect them from the Thermite. That's going to limit the options for our Crypto player here. He's going to stay still for now. Lots of teammates.
A little bit pinned down.
Lots of other teams around. Yeah, New esports in dire straits here.
Yeah, their Caustic did get killed, so there's just a little bit of an awkward situation since that's a lot of space control that he can offer them. And there's a team right on top, and both sides of the building are getting constrained by that circle, so you kind of don't have much of an option. You just have to wait for someone to push you. Roger Bodger is taking some shots. He's shooting out long, but Kashera is just, like, all you can really do here is just chill. You've got to wait for these guys to get into a fight. I'm not sure about forcing it, but he is going to come in right there, right as they were going for the shield. So taking advantage of this opportunity, gets the knockdown on Hardeki. When we're talking about good players getting eliminated, that is absolutely fantastic. They've got the Caustic back over here as well. Post kills back on the field, and he's helping and contributing in a big way. That Thermite, by the way, finished off Hardeki for Gambit, so they're losing some of their best power play right now as this circle continues to collapse. We've got, I still just love that. You know, My Little Phonies, they're still just hanging on the edge. They're just chilling. Nobody's pushing out towards them. A very nice, comfortable position for them to poke, pop back, get those shields going off of nonstop.
Yeah, new esports really taking the fight to Gambit. Super impressive play, taking down Hardeki. I mean, he's the player that gave Gambit victory in the last game. So really nice play there from new esports. But here we have My Little Phony lurking on the left-hand side of the map, as far west as you can go. And they look like they're in a decent position. They're taking some shots from team there on the right-hand side. Gambit's going to be moving forward a little bit. We see Gibraltar with the ultimate from above, and there we see the bubble, the complementary skill there from Gibraltar being used by the other team to keep themselves protected from that ultimate. Meanwhile, My Little Phony feeling a little bit of pressure on the left-hand side. There's going to be an ultimate that they're going to have to deal with from Gibraltar. And there's only 3 squads left here, Nathanius.
That's right, coming down to the wire as My Little Phonies are going to reveal themselves a bit, climbing up. Of course, with the final circle closing, you don't have any more time to waste. Gets a good first initial pop-off with that R301. The opportunity, you still have to be careful. There's still that other squad that's waiting for this third party. And what better scenario than a small circle like this for that EMP to come off and try to take the shields, get a little bit of chaos ensuing. And the last cover is coming out. He throws the jump pad over towards them, trying to get a little boop action out of the ring. And going around the side, Pringle's climbing on top, trying to get the shot with the EVA 8 from above. He's still got full shields. He's able to clean it up. And My Little Phony is going to take this 5th round in stellar fashion. They played the edge super well. Their strategy, using the Revenant ult for Welcome back. Hi, we're here. I think we're actually here.
We're
Yeah,
live.
that's right.
Hello?
We're here with the GLL Spring
Hello?
Masters NA versus EU show match. Yes, is this thing on? I wanted to talk about video games. We just wrapped up our 5th match, and Axeltoss, that game got absolutely wild towards the end. Sorry about the little difficulty. You know, sometimes when you're routing stuff across the world, things get discombobulated and all that sort of jazz. But what a funny, fantastic finish that game. My Little Phony getting all
None
up
other
in
than-
the business.
Yeah. None other than My Little Phony. Thank goodness they are involved in our festivities today. Thanks again to everyone in the chat watching from all around the world. Tell us where you're from. It's always fun to do. Where are you guys from? Let us know. My Little Phony having a great time. 12 kills, 24 points, and we almost saw. We saw all of that unfold, which is pretty cool. We saw them on the edge. We saw them deal with season. We saw them methodically, pick off each team. So really impressive play from My Little Phony. Shout out to them. Gambit Esports, though, they're at the top. 64 points. CHMK in second place, 53 points. NCD, I think that's D, with 49 points. And NA versus EU show match here. We are 5 matches through, and we have 3 to go. 8 matches in total.
Right.
We're kind of getting there. We're kind of getting towards the end. So we're running out of time for some of these teams to be like, okay, we're gonna have a good game. We're gonna have a good game. It's gonna happen. It's gonna need to happen soon. I'm looking at you, TSM. I'm looking at you, Team Liquid. I'm looking at you, CLG. I think it can happen. These are some really good teams here that still have a little bit of time to try to close that distance to Gambit Esports.
Indeed. I mean, I'm just really, it's nice. We get to see My Little Phony, who finished 8th place in their finals. But it's nice to see one of the NA teams manage to draw blood at long last. It took us a little bit more than halfway through. Of course, we did switch servers, so be a little bit expected. At the end of the day, we don't have magic. We don't have magic Ethernet cables to eliminate all ping from existing. But boy, that sure would be great as we go into round 6 of 8. Looking at My Little Phony coming in on the drop. These guys been very fun to watch. Fun name, fun emote there as well. Just some good old action, and I hope that you guys all tuning in around the world have been having a great afternoon, evening, morning, wherever you are, as we've had some phenomenal matches and tensions rising between the NA and EU crowd. Based on my incredibly deep analytical research of the scenario, Axeltoss, it appears that every underperforming team in NA is quote-unquote trolling, and every team that's winning is quote-unquote sweaty tryhard. So I'll do my best to keep you updated on that one.
Nathaniel, someone in the chat keeps saying USA #1. I'm not sure, but as far as I'm concerned, My Little Phony hailing from the United States, North American team, doesn't that mean NA #1 since they just won? Isn't that what that means? Pretty sure. I guess let us know in the chat. Is it NA #1 or is it EU #1? Let us know, chat. Let us know. But My Little Phony trying to make a stake for the West, for North America. I believe that's actually the first win from a North American team today. That's okay.
Yeah, they're doing nice, and we've got a skyhook circle all the way up top left, so a nice little adjustment away from thermal station. And the lava pits, the edge of the map, we can kind of take things to a little bit of a different setup. And as you may be aware, when you see that skyhook finish, you know that there's going to be a whole lot of people inside of buildings. There's a space for almost every single team there. There's a building for almost every single team. So we'll see which way it starts to veer as we get there later on. And that does mean that the teams on that southeast side, we'll be looking at them. I'm seeing Swinny. He's had some great fights today. His squad is all the way down there at launch site. And I'll just be curious to know whether or not we get that consistency play come back up. Maybe this is where things start to turn around for the NA teams like we were talking about, since we did get the server swap going, and then we finally managed to get My Little Phony NA team picking up a dub. Maybe My Little Phony, maybe that's the whole point, right? Because it's obviously meant to be a double entendre, but you have the, Phony does have its own meaning, and perhaps they were just warming up. Maybe this is just the greatest hustle we've ever seen in competitive Apex Legends history. Only time will tell, as Gracefall and his boys are heading up over towards Team Liquid at Trials. Very close proximity early on for these guys.
Yeah, a lot of these teams close by. CLG is in the vicinity. About 4 teams in the area. Very early on in this match, number 6. I feel like some of these games we've had 19, if not all 20 teams up for a significant amount of time. So it would be cool to see a fight unfold. And honestly, if you're Liquid here, the shots that you're hearing should be music to your ears, and you should be eager to engage. We're at the point where, okay, it's time. You got to get the kills. You got to find the engagements. You got to have some aggressive third parties and pick up some points, because we're running out of time. 3 matches left. Europe is running away with it. There's no other way to put it. Europe is running away with today's show match. We need to see one of these North American teams rise up and start getting some nice third parties, rack up those kills. Liquid, they would love to make that happen. So we'll see. We'll see if any of these teams can do that. CLG, as I said, they're certainly capable. TSM, let's see if these guys take initiative with these fights. Unfortunately, CLG, they're taking a lot of shots right now, so they're going to be a little bit tentative, taking shots from a couple teams at the moment.
Yeah, and it's nice we get a lot of teams that are kind of already in this standoffish position. And like you were saying, if you're a team at this point with 3 rounds to go, if you haven't already moved yourself up towards that top 8, top 7 sort of position on the total leaderboard like we were looking at earlier, all of the pressure is on you. You have to play a little bit more aggressively, because just the placement points, even if you finish first place with 3 kills for the last 3 games in a row, it's not going to bring you to the top. That's not enough anymore. It's going to be a win or a second or a third with like 10 plus frags. And then you're starting to get into a position where you can make a little bit more happen. As we got HRN over here already popping that Revenant ult so that they can take those fights. When we talk about the risk of these early engagements, this is where that Revenant ult becomes so useful. Being able to have that bounce back opportunity. He goes in, gets picked, but that's okay. He's totally fine. Back to the totem, and then he's reset for the next engagement. In these types of situations, they're really just using the kit of their legends to force a couple of extra fights. And since we've been talking about it over and over again, we're going to hammer this point in continuously. Those frag points are basically the only way that someone's going to overcome those teams at the top right now, because it has been so tight and so competitive at the top level for this show match.
Yeah, I'm really looking out for that. And unfortunately, a lot of these teams that were looking out for that happening, they lose 1 or 2 players as the match goes along. So it's really important. Try to keep your full squad together all the way through. I know it sounds kind of silly to say, but it's really got to be a focus for these teams to try to rack up those points. Still have this fight unfolding in this building. From the top, though, that's the R301 dishing out the damage, taking out the Octane there. Let's see if the teammates come to help. Looks like the Storm is here, so going to be taking a little bit more damage. Avant-Garde, not going to make it happen. They were the stars of the European regional finals here at GLL Masters, but they have not had the best day today. Once again, getting knocked out of the tournament amongst the first 5 teams out.
Hill CST, have you gotten your point across yet? Ay. Well, a very efficient use of one's time.
They're excited, right? They're just really excited.
Well, that's
and hopefully they don't get third party. That's where one arc star can really ruin your day. Anyway, we have another fight going on. It's like we're in the Skyhook area. Season over here.
Season gets a pretty nice wipe. They get picked off by CLG. Then coming in, we got TSM grabbing Sineska as well. And this is just like 3 or 4 teams all coming down together. We go back over towards TSM. We've got Snipe Down running up with that Spitfire. Hal shooting through the door on the EVA 8 Spitfire combo. That's 2 Spitfires I've seen on TSM. So they've got lots of heavy damage, good mid, long range firepower, and Reps on his own. Gonna need to try and get everybody back up, but that's where that push is gonna come back across. Bloodhound coming through the door. He's not able to take the 1v1, and that's gonna be an early defeat for TSM. Reply Totem. Man, Jay Savage, talk about balls of steel. He saw the opportunity in that 1v1. That's about one of the only chances you're going to get to force that fight. There could be other teams coming over, but he just says, I need to make this happen right now, or that fully fledged TSM could end up kicking my butt. And, well, pays off in a huge way. And now we've got a nice graveyard over here. Yeah,
unfortunate for TSM. They're looking for a spark, looking for a big game, but they get knocked again. They're out. They're out in the first, looks like their 7th team knocked out of this match number 6. So TSM, they're going to go back to the drawing board and try to come up huge, in the next 2 matches after this one, match 7 and 8. Here's a look at Team Liquid. Arbalele with the flatline. Got a purple mag on that. We've seen some magic from this team in the past, but not today as of yet. So they're going to be looking for a huge game here. We see Gambit moving across the map. Looks like they're in a little bit of trouble, taking a fair amount of damage. A little bit low on the shields, as we see TTM over here with full purple shields. So Gambit in a bit of a precarious situation, team on both sides. And one of those teams is Team Liquid there, as you see Nocturnal in the distance. So Gambit has to be careful, but a lot of buildings in the area. It looks like these teams not feeling too much pressure to move, so that can happen sometimes. Just positioning yourself in a nice building, trying to set up a nice defense, and then just making sure you're looking out every window to not get taken off guard while you mind your own business and let the game unfold. So we'll have to see if any action returns over there. We're seeing some triple take shots from Sanya, the Gibraltar on CHMK. Nice position he has up there. Isn't that nice? You got some nice high ground, able to shoot down with the triple take, nice and comfortable. Down to all the little ants running around below. Looks like he got some nice shots off up to that purple shield. Only 160 damage left to the red shield. So that's actually pretty huge for Sanya. But CHMK finding a nice position and just chilling for now.
Yeah, rocking that Trials drop, of course. You've got the verticality aspect of that. A little bit more difficult to just try and YOLO dive or engage on them when they make those triple take pokes. So we go over here, we got that charge coming up on them as they enter the tunnels. We come back over to Sanya on top, waiting to see if they try to make that move through CHMK, and they've had some solid results today. They did get at least that one dub so far. But I think the most interesting thing about this scenario of this specific game is that we're getting so late into it, but the early elims on some of those other big teams that we were talking about, even if they haven't been doing super well, you still have the expectation that they're going to pick up some frags or take out a big contender, even if they go down early themselves. But since TSM wasn't able to do that, I think that's got all eyes right now on Gambit and Nessie. So those are two teams right now that I'm looking at. I'm super excited because I think we've got two close contenders that are really competing for this first place prize. And for everybody else, trying to catch up is going to be real tough. We're going to need to see someone pop off in a big way to turn the tides here. Eriksen on underrated gets a couple of shots off from that 301. Unfortunately, he's going to get tagged a little bit on the way out. Hits with that silence, can't quite pop what he needs. He's going to go for the battery next. Gibraltar ultimate is going to rain down on top of him. Throws the arc star across the way, but they've got those big towers to hide behind and play with on the position. They're just going to go in off the Octane jump pad, coming down with the EVA 8, looking for the totem to shut that down if it's being in play, and they're going to try to clean these guys up, getting around the flank. They're kind of trading positions from the way that this fight started off, and then haven't seen too much of the drops just yet. Gets vibes. There's the pick on IPN Co. And I think that's the rest of the team. Alliance eliminated by Team Underrated. Great engage, and that was really stressful too because they were dealing with the silence. They were getting poked back, but then they go in with the jump pad. They get the vertical position on top of them, and it's just so hard to shoot up at someone who's got that angle on you.
I love it. So much action here. 12 squads left. Underrated doing a fine job. CHMK, remember, they are in contention as well near the top. So pretty cool to have them have a nice sequence. Looks like they're just relaxing for now, not looking to get involved in too many fights. We see the notable losses so far. CLG, TSM, Alliance gone. My Little Phony, such a good game last game. Also out of this match. Avantgarde. They have been underwhelming today, so they'll look to turn it around the next two matches after this. But remember, they won the European Regional. I love this shot of the eagle or this raven. Looks very ferocious. It looks like it might come alive. Gotta be careful about that.
There are some folks out there who believe that the art team runs everything as far as Apex Legends goes, but I'm just going to tell you that they're very good. They're very good at what they do. It's a beautiful game, and they do not actually do the entire game development. Fun fact, they're probably just working on more cool stuff like that. As we go back over to Dazo from Team Underrated, he's going to go for that shield restore as K Swinney takes the zip up. He's on the hunt. We've got 2 minutes left for that round 3. Ring is going to close, so plenty of time still for these guys to chill, make their rotations, take it easy, and look for those picks, as they are so important. But you know, when you have the Revenant on your team, that pressure to force the fight isn't really there at the same degree, because you can make use of the totem ultimate. You don't have to always keep the gas pedal going. You don't have to play ultra conservatively. You just time your pushes around that, time it with using the jump pad engage off of the death totem protection, yeet yourself in there, give yourself a really far retreat path back if you get taken out. You know, and those are the opportunities that if they can create those for themselves, we can see them start to pick up big points, as that's been a very popular choice increasingly among these teams. We've been seeing more Revenants as these games have gone on.
We'll keep an eye on that. And as you say it, we see HRN trying to make it happen. There's the Octane jump pad, trying to find some bad guys jumping forward. This team is going to be right on top of each other in this moment. Really looking out for the other team. Looks like they are going to find someone looking to make that engage happen. I don't know if it's going to yield a whole lot at this point, though.
HRN's been pretty solid thus far today. A little bit in between on some of the results. They've been a team that's consistently done some damage, but they haven't consistently made the most of it in those final end game situations. We go back over to underrated. This is what we're talking about. There's the death totem. Everybody gets the protection. You take the Octane ultimate, you jump in, and you just try to clean up as much as you can. If you get sent back to the totem, that's okay. That's why it exists. Stazo comes in. He gets the knock on Hill. He's coming forward with Swinny. He's got his back right there inside the building. Ericsson's just kind of going around the outside, watching that side flank. Of course, he's not quite over there anymore since he did get TP'd back first. But they still have eyes on the team that is over there, and I believe that is HRN. They're getting those shots on with the ultimate coming from back over towards the building.
Complete chaos right now, and underrated. I love the Bloodhound involved too. You can see how important that scan is, but Octane getting knocked. Looks like they're being pursued by HRN, who aren't doing so hot themselves. They have a man down, only 2 players up at this point. They have to decide between pursuing that other team or trying to get their full team up. Looks like the pursuit is going to happen. Great shots there, as we're seeing Eurus here from HRN taking care of business, even though they have a player down. So I like the aggressive move, even though they have 2 players, only 2 players up. Look at this. He's jumping around everywhere, looking for any action he can find. Maybe a sense of urgency for some of these teams to pick up those kills. Receiving some shots, though, got to be careful. It's Absolute Monarchy that's up there, returning fire. Switching to triple take quickly, not able to finish that off. Absolute Monarchy also has a man down. There's some nice shots, getting able to take that guy down. However, now Absolute Monarchy running into trouble. So each of these teams is running into a lot of hurt. A lot of these teams in tatters right now with only 1 or 2 players up.
Well, you know, there's nothing more terrifying than a hammer point Mozambique. I guess I add the cap to that sentence, but it's one of those awkward situations because this isn't some normal tournament where just getting a couple placement points, you're playing the long haul, you're like, oh, our team's only 5 points away from match point, ALGS style. No, you have to get the kills to catch up in this situation. Unless you're at the very tip top, even if you're solo, probably still better to try to take those engagements when you can than trying to turtle and hide all the way through the rest of the game.
Wow, Liquid Flanker able to steal a kill there. Saw Dolphin from NCD in a great position to pick up that kill, but we saw shots coming in from the distance. So nice job to pick that one up from the Liquid player. Liquid still up though. It's important to note. 11 squads left. There's a Thermite. Liquid might be keying onto this position. Let's see if NCD is exposed here. The Thermite. Probably not too fun to deal with. Looks like they're gonna hang out for now. This is Skyhook. You know, this is that area where there's a lot of teams and all these little buildings. So you got to be aware. On all sides of you, there could be a team. You got to be so careful when taking these fights. And we saw earlier, Gambit's kind of in the middle of it all. Looks like Hardeki trying to take a fight. He's got the Volt and the EVA 8. See if he swaps to that shotgun. There's the switch. Try to get those shots with the EVA 8. I was gonna back up.
Hardeki, very patient, plays going to go around towards the elevator shaft, come up from behind if he can. There's the Gibby shield, give a little bit of that extra cover. The other shield making a little Venn diagram action, so he gets knocked. They get stomps on the way back, though. I think that might be Gambit getting wiped, so huge pickup. And NCO getting in the thick of all of this madness. I don't think that they're out of the woods just yet. We still have that other team right here after they cleaned up on the third party, so man, these fights have just been getting wild. So with Gambit being eliminated, worth mentioning, since they are one of the top teams, that's going to open the door a little bit more for Nessie to close that gap and try and make something big out of this round. There's only going to be 2 more matches after this one. So if they can get closer and closer, then we start to see them with that striking distance, maybe go back towards something a little bit less hectic, a little bit more conservative sort of play style. And you're at that point really hoping to get the high finishing placements in those 2 final maps.
Yeah, to your point, I think Nessie and CHMK are both still around here in this match, so they're going to be looking at this as a huge opportunity to close the gap. Gambit is out of this match, so this is the time for these teams to try to make that happen. Liquid, what a moment for them. If they could come out on top here, this would be the chance for North America, perhaps, to really make some progress on the standings. Liquid, though, in a little bit of trouble here. Abraleli gonna have to back up from that. Gonna hit that Q really quickly. Nocturnal and Flanker, they've got to be in the distance. Looking to help out their teammate. Aberlele in a little bit of trouble, trying to get that shield up. Flanker is going to be able to get some shots off, and they're going to succeed in protecting Aberlele. He's able to get that shield up, and now he's got his purple shields back, so Liquid doing a great job there. Nocturnal and Flanker chilling with those level 5 shields, doing a great job, and Aberlele getting down to like 5 HP but staying alive, and that's a perfect way to play. You have one player go in, distract, take some of that damage, but then your 2 teammates come in to help clean up the fight. Nice job from Aberlele and Liquid trying to make this their match.
Yeah, they haven't really been able to. What a beautiful view as this we get from Team Farm Boys. Impulsive Dream. He is dreaming of being somewhere else, hiding in this position. But I was going to call back to that. Really nice for Team Liquid, because when we were talking about how they've been faring today, we did have that moment earlier where they were kind of caught in that valley. They were actually pinched between the other 2 top teams that were in the lobby. They had Gambit right on them. They had TSM right on them. Or excuse me, I guess, TSM point-wise haven't been doing super strong, but you still don't want to fight against them in the early game. That's still not the team that you're looking to pick up your points on, as far as farming goes, for that matter. When we get over towards this later situation, everybody's got a couple of rocks. We've got Graceful and Matey up top, so they're using that high ground. And is there somebody even higher up than them? JMW is shooting way up towards the sky, it looks like.
Yeah, JMW.
HRP on that ring, too. He's right on the edge.
JMW, the one-man highlight show a few matches ago, so we'll look out for him. Only blue shields, though, so, I mean, you see that, and then you see the full red shields there from Liquid. You can only guess who's in a stronger position, but here comes the ring. Amazing how many teams are still around. 5 squads left. Liquid, can they find victory here? We're seeing some fights unfold in the middle. Looks like we see a portal there from Aberlele, trying to find the bad guys and take his teammates to them. Nocturnal and Flaker going to be there with him in support. Gonna look for this team. Got the Peacekeeper, charging that Peacekeeper up. One of the most satisfying guns in this game, without a doubt. He's got a fancy skin on there, too. He's gonna go up to the 2nd floor of this building. Got to be careful. There's quite a few teams around. 5 squads left. Can Liquid find victory here?
As this one teammate goes up, you try to check the door in case they drop down for the flank and trying to catch you from behind on those takes. These are the kinds of small things that you really have to pay attention to. Watching them cover that flank. If you can hold that door with the Peacekeeper, that's why he kind of says, okay, well, I'll come around, stay downstairs, watch this angle. There's still so many teams packed in here just because there's a few buildings. Makes that cover really nice. And Jay Savage, let's not forget about him on the outside. They're out towards train tracks, but he's had a fantastic couple of games in terms of his ability to take these engagements, and that 1v1 where he wiped TSM earlier, as we were talking about, and they got that sick pick off to set themselves up for this late game. And look how far they've made it after that, really showing their stuff here in this game.
Looking out for Nessie. You see Nessie, JMW there of Nessie. Found a nice rock to stand on top of. Hold that thought, though. Liquid. We have Nocturnal coming in, getting some nice shots. And getting a knock, actually. Forcing a res. Let's see if Liquid decides to push here. Remember, kills are really important, too. And it looks like he's able to make it happen. Very nice job by Nocturnal, taking down Roger Bodger. But remember, kills are so important at this point. So Liquid probably going to look to rack up some more kills. Nessie here, they would love to add on some kills. Nessie in a really good spot. Remember, JMW was up on that rock earlier, and looks like they're going to push in, try to third party this. And honestly, I think it's between Nessie and Liquid right now. Nessie looks to be in a really good position. And remember, their points are already really nice in our standings right now. So again, huge opportunity for these teams.
Yeah, I think Nessie's the one that really wants to try to capitalize on it the most, right? From what we were talking about earlier, as they jumping over. They got Jay Savage and all their bodies littering the stairs. This Team Liquid has done a really good job in this round of keeping it together. They've held down this building throughout the last 2 or so minutes. They've had this completely unlocked. Nessie on the other side, though. With that Kraber, you're looking for an opportunity for a pick, but the circle's getting real small, so not sure you can always rely on that. He's going to proc the Beast of the Hunt, looking through the door, waiting for somebody to peek. They're throwing the shield in front, trying to bait that shot a little bit, maybe, and he's looking, not quite able to find it. Right at this moment where he steps up is where he looks away with that Kraber. It's 3 squads remaining, so as soon as this fight starts, you know that whoever's left is just going to yeet themselves in there and try to pick up this dub on the end of a third-party interaction. Maybe up top with Graceful and JMW there on the very tip top of the building, just waiting for everybody to get forced out by this ring.
Look out for the Gibraltar ultimates, though. There's the bubble as I say it. Nessie looking in a good position on the top. We've seen them in this position before. Liquid, Nessie, T-Rex, 3 squads left. Who's going to take this? All of them have 3 men up, and it's absolute chaos. Gibraltar jumping in, Nessie jumping in from the high ground. Liquid trying to hold strong. Abralele with the Peacekeeper. That should be good, shouldn't it? Liquid, can they make this happen? Abralele trying to make these shots, and they do. Abralele makes it happen. Team Liquid, they take out everyone in that engagement, and I think that gets them some kills. They got
nice chaos there.
Wow, Liquid doing a great job there. Nessie from the roof looked to be in a solid position, but Liquid just able to clean up shot. I mean, that Peacekeeper, dude. I want to use the Peacekeeper more, man. That's one of the most satisfying weapons to use and definitely to watch. Seeing how that unfolded there at the end.
It's always risky to try and contest people on those drops, right? When you're looking for those care package weapons. But in this situation, Abralele, you don't want to get in between them at all and their weapons. Is that final circle, you're dancing around in that small space, but of course having the Wraith is always going to give you that advantage of being able to just remove yourself from that fight a little bit with the void running in that final circle, because the space is just so small. It's almost impossible to miss if you're shooting towards the center. And this fight, again, just amazing. Jay Savage, he recognizes the opportunity in that 1v1 clutch situation. Both of his teammates were down. That cleanup was just absolutely disgusting. And like I said, it takes a lot of guts to just step forward out of your cover position. You're not going to try to force the res or block the door. You just say, no, I'm going to get the kill right now and bring an end to it. And that was phenomenal to watch. And Team Liquid played their absolute best game that we've seen today. Just beautiful control of these fights, the space, the engagements, and then Abralele's performance at the very end in that final circle closing speaks for itself.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep a really close eye on that kill count. Liquid had the kill lead. I believe it was a Flanker, the Bloodhound, had the kill lead leading into that final fight. So I'm really interested to see the stats here. Liquid had the kill lead going into that last fight, and then they won in the end. I'm going to be very curious to see what the numbers are going to look like after they are crunched. But Liquid doing pretty much what they needed to do. We're talking about it. Which of these teams is going to step up, have a huge game, and rack up a ton of kills? I think Liquid did just that. So anyone saying NA number played there?
Yeah, no, they've done fantastically. Interested to see if there's actually enough points possible for them to climb into that top position. We'll take a look at that when we get the scores tallied after this break. We'll be right back. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the GLL Spring Masters show match between NA and EU. I'm Nathanius, joined by Axel Toss, as we bring you through the rest of our fun, inspiring matches that we've been having today, as Team Liquid was able to get another dub for NA on the board. What more can you ask for when we're trying to spice up these Twitch chat arguments?
Yeah. Well, again, it's impossible to have perfectly fair conditions, right? I mean, we can't have these guys in person because of COVID. So this is the next best thing. We swap servers and we just have some fun playing some Apex Legends. Liquid doing exactly what they needed to do, going huge, 14 kills, the most amount of placement points possible, getting first place, 26 points in total they've acquired. North America #1. Just kidding. Here we are, the standings thus far. Europe #1, Russia #1, maybe Russia, Ukraine, Gambit Esports 65 points, chilling at the top. NCD with 58 points, CHMK 57, very close behind, and Nessie not too far behind either. Liquid propelling themselves by quite a bit. You can see 38 points, still a fair amount of work to do for Liquid to make it into the top 3. We'll see if they can do it. Remember, we're on the North America servers now, so it should be a slight advantage for the North American teams compared to our first 4 matches, which were on European servers.
Yeah, we went through that swap at the halfway point. You know, it's exciting. Everybody's kind of getting really hyped up and passionate about this, and you know, I think that's kind of the spirit of competition, right? Is we all want to cheer for the home team. We want to see our boys be successful and do well. Team Liquid, they managed to climb up a fair bit there, but they're still just at 6th place. There's only 2 rounds left. We're going to be 7 of 8, then 8 of 8. And as we were talking about, if you're familiar with the Apex Legends Global Series, this format is a little bit different. You're not seeing the ace point or the match point threshold, and then you have to get the first place in order to close it out. This is just at the end of 8 games, whoever has the most points across placement and kills is going to walk away with that dub. I have to say, though, the number of kills Team NCD gets is disgusting. The fact that they're 2nd place with 16 placement points is pretty gnarly. 42 points is something to be proud of, and honestly, I look at that, I scratch my head, I'm like, oh my goodness, did we have a typo? No, these guys are just crushing it in a big way. But I think the most important thing to keep in mind, Gambit Esports at 65 points, like you were talking about, they don't have a huge gap between themselves and anybody else. And despite all EU NA memes, ha ha ha, we don't like you, you don't like me, blah blah blah. We all play the same game, we love this stuff, but you still want to win. Even if it's EU at the top, you don't want to be the EU team that finished 2nd. You want to be the EU team that finished in 1st, if that's how it's going to be. So I expect to see NCD keep up that aggressive style, since it seems to be really helping them close that gap. But at the same time, Team Liquid putting some more points on the board. If they play the last 2 rounds like that, this is first place will still be tough. They're going to need Gambit to drop out early again, but anything's possible.
Yeah, and Liquid was pretty active in that game. We were watching them a large part of that game, and from the start they were pretty active, trying to third party some earlier fights, trying to get involved in some action early, clearly trying to pick up the kills that they need to get the points required to catch up to these European teams who are at the top. So I'm expecting the same. I'm expecting similar things. Obviously, there's going to be a slight advantage again for these North American teams in these next 2 matches. So that's an opportunity for these North American teams like Liquid, like TSM, like CLG. It's an opportunity for them to rack up a lot of kills, just like we saw from Liquid right there. So I'm kind of looking out for the same thing. One of these really big North American teams that we're expecting a lot from, to try to play very active, play for the third party, play very quickly, and try to rack up a lot of kills and get the points they need to try to climb up this leaderboard, because we're running out of time. Only 2 matches left, just 8 matches today. So Liquid doing exactly what they need to do in the last game. I'm looking out for one of these big North American teams to try to do what Liquid just did.
And here we go, 2nd to last game underway. We get a look at Team Liquid dropping into World's Edge as we prepare to see, I would have to hope, a bit of a step up from any team that's outside that top 5. This includes Team Liquid. As I said, anything's possible, but we're talking about climbing Everest with no gear at this point in terms of the performance they're going to need to bring us. So unless they've got superhuman lung capacity, I do scratch my head a little bit, but let's see if they can defy all odds and make another epic run in this map. We get a look at them coming up over towards Trials. This is Albralele, nice landing spot. We've seen them play with the high ground vision here quite a bit, especially with those sniper rifles that they've been able to get. And they do have that triple take option at the very start. So that's going to be something to keep our eyes out on Albralele, with whether or not it's going to be a focus on the mid-short range, the long-range shots, playing it slow, or taking the aggression to the maximum level.
Absolutely. And you guys at home, you guys know how it is. I mean, if you land on a purple shield, that can automatically trigger aggression. You're like, all right, let's go. We're the bad guys. And your teammate's like, but I only have a P20. It's like, no, who cares? Come on. And you never know when that can trigger some aggression. So Liquid getting some nice items early. I wonder if this will trigger some aggression for them. They've already got the purple shield on flanker. They had such a huge game last game. Fine weapons right now. We're seeing wingman's triple takes. So I wonder if they're going to be on the hunt pretty soon, as we're seeing where the ring is going to end up, almost towards Thermal Station. We've had a few games actually end up in the southwestern quadrant of World's Edge. And Liquid, they have a fair amount of distance to cover to get to that point. Shouldn't be too bad for most of these teams. TTM, the top right, obviously has the furthest distance to go. And looking at some teams that are a little bit close to the ring, we see Gambit not too far away from that position. So Gambit could look to have a nice game here by getting themselves in a good early position. And yeah, I guess something interesting that happened last game, CLG and Liquid clashed pretty early in Skyhook, and we see them both up there. So kind of staying aware of that. We see CLG kind of running east away from Liquid, and they might be trying to make a skirmish happen on the east side of the map. And then, yeah, so easy going right now. Calm before the storm as all these teams start to make rotations towards the southwest side of World's Edge.
Yeah, I think something important to keep in mind as well with that thermal finish, we're looking like it could end up being over there. Actually, we got a little action over in Lava City, but we'll get back to that in a moment. As we've got Defaults from Avantgarde on that flat line going for the shield battery here. They've got the roof position. A little bit of long-range play. He's got that skull piercer on his longbow, so you know he's looking for the big shots. Glushka, that is. And we go back over to Reese on HRN, camping on the other side of this door. Well, you're holding the door shut by standing there, rather. He's going to hit it with the arc star to pop it open and get ready to shoot through as it busts. His teammate, the Gibraltar, was already taken down. So in a 2 versus 3 situation, you definitely need to be very, very cautious about which fights you want to take. Looks like he's going to rotate over the top side, use that speed to get into position and catch somebody else. Going for the flank. He's going to get a few hits in, but he's knocked. So unfortunately, he tries to go for a little bit of a slower, more methodical play. He gets caught, and that's just an unfortunate situation there, as Avantgarde getting themselves a couple of picks to start this game is going to make them feel a little bit better about the rough start that they had in today's show match.
It has been a rough start, and they had such a great showing in their regional competition, the European region. They won the whole thing. So Avantgarde looking for any opportunity to bring it back. Looks like they're receiving a little bit more pressure. Plushka in dire straits in the health department, able to get his shield up, and looks like he's going to be just fine, taking an RKN and taking some shots at the death box, showing a little bit of frustration, perhaps. Avantgarde, nice
frustration.
Yeah,
that's one word for it. I mean, there's a whole lot of ways to describe what we're seeing right now, but I do hope to continue to improve and commentate more Apex at some point in my life, so we'll keep it a little safe for work here. As Absolute Monarchy on the outside, getting a little bit of spray going, but nothing super committed. No big fight happening for them just yet. Sleepy Panda on the mobility side is going to be able to scout around, try to get eyes on that team as they go back around towards the valley. Sees him at the house, has the Sentinel, 2 shots chambered. Can he get it? 74 hit. Armor break on the top floor. Tries to hit the Wraith on the way down. Not able to make it match, though. We've got Kashira actually looking down on this team, kind of holding a good position with the roof as they kind of put themselves in this canyon. That Thermite doing some work. Bubble gets popped, but he's on the inside. Will he be able to pull out in time? No. But the rest of the team is coming in for new esports. We do have the Caustic as well, and he's going to try to get into that position for the closeout. They managed to take it. That was a very scary engagement for them. You can't really afford to not take risks, but they're going to get jumped on by TSM at the end of it.
Yeah, TSM coming in here, not the most spectacular shield situation. Blue shields, level 1 shield, 4 reps, but they're going to come in here and try to third party. We're seeing Caustic craziness around as well, so got to be careful about that snipe down, going with the Revenant, which is pretty interesting to see. TSM could be in a little bit of trouble here. There's a lot of chaos happening around them, trying to pop the shield battery and survive. New Esports, remember, they were the ones who started this fight, and they started really well. It looks like they're able to get their shields back up. New Esports, very threatening post-kill. The Caustic, putting some Caustic skills on display here as we see a significant amount of gas causing mayhem outside this building.
Oh, it's a dream scenario for a team with a Caustic on it, that you could hold a building like this and have teams trying to push in on you, because as we've talked about, there are only going to be so many more opportunities to even try to get those points. You can open it from the inside, then if you close it, you're going to still have that door coverage with the trap. Of course, we see there the nade come in. It's going to blow that up, set off the trap, but even then, it's still stalling out. You don't want to just run through the trap blind if you're not 100% certain where everybody on the other side of it is going to be located. So you still have to be very methodical with the engage, still very slow with the take, but that's the reason why you take a Caustic, because you want to grind it out, you want to take it to that late game, and you want to use that space control to get a lot done. We look over at Gambit Esports, just one player left on that squad as we jump back over to Underrated, using that ultimate off of the Revenant for the engagement. Moving in, Dazo is going to get a nice down on Dream. Watching the flank, Gibraltar coming up on him, is going to be able to get a couple of shots. That shield, a little annoying, but not too much to stop him as he gets Stomp is down too. And he's in shadow form, but he is kicking some ass over here. Great cleanup by the Dazo player. I love to see it. Just made some really good maneuvering, and that's why you take that ult. That's why you take Revenant, for that ult, to make those pushes.
Double SMG action. It can require a lot of ammo, but if you're able to hit your shots, it's a lot of fun. It's one of the, it's one of the fastest ways you can output damage in Apex Legends. The Volts and the R99 combo. If you got those light mags on there, you are having a lot of fun at close range. Very nicely done. CLG, they're trying to have a huge game. And they're one of the teams we were talking about earlier, one of those North American powerhouses. They've gotten a little bit unlucky in the past. They had an early skirmish with Liquid, I believe, in the last game, which led to their demise, but they're going to try to turn that around. Jumping on a team here, we have the Bloodhound coming forward. Again, they got purple shields, so should be in a decent position. CLG does a great job about staying together, staying on top of each other like a unit, which close range. Very nicely done. CLG, they're trying to have a huge game. And they're one of the teams we were talking about earlier, one of those North American powerhouses. They've gotten a little bit unlucky in the past. They had an early skirmish with Liquid, I believe, in the last game, which led to their demise, but they're going to try to turn that around. Jumping on a team here, we have the Bloodhound coming forward. Again, they got purple shields, so should be in a decent position. CLG does a great job about staying together, staying on top of each other like a unit, which is very advantageous when taking these fights. I'm sure their comms are just fine as well. Looks like they're going to push towards this building over here, and they've got full purple shields, so they're feeling pretty confident. And they're going to push forward and chase this player to the hills. Looks like a solo just running in the distance, but looks like they're getting flanked. CLG going to have to turn around. It's turned into a pretty dire situation. A team coming in behind them, and now they're inside this building trying to bide their time, but they're feeling a lot of pressure here.
Yeah, we get to see a little bit of that EVA 8 action off of Vaxio. They did have the nade on the door to pop that open. Hal walks in. I think he's going to instantly get knocked from the looks of things. So a little bit tense situation. Madness going for the res in this position while they continue to lock this house down. Going to pop the bubble in here at the same time. I'm not 100% sure that they're in that threat yet. Oh, they're just going to move through and try to get on top of the rest of the team inside of this building as it bridges over the lava. And we see their Dolphin taken down with DeFoss, as they're going to bleed out, and that will be the end of them. Hal coming outside with the flat line, getting a couple of shots in. No, not just yet from what we can see. He does still have that shotgun. We're going to see that EVA 8 off the Octane stim in fight. That's a big play that Hal's made several times throughout the course of today's games. But for now, they are going to just step back, go up top, take the position that they want, and wait for CLG to push into them.
Yeah, CLG is just going to loot this graveyard of boxes that is in the vicinity. We're going to swap over to Alliance, who have run into a little bit of trouble. Alliance would love to have a good game here. And looks like they're taking some damage to the EVA 8 coming out. Looks like that's Nessie that they're dealing with. JMW, the Bloodhound, caught between two teams. Wow, Nessie caught between Liquid. That's never a good position to be in. Liquid with full shields, they're coming in all smiles, I'm sure. Yeah, they are.
Filthy drag on Albraleli there, by the way, with that knock. Just disgusting. They've got these guys completely pinned down below them as this Team Liquid is ready to come in for the fight here. And off the third party, they're going to... So Alliance is getting cleaned up. They came in on the third party. They still need to be careful. I mean, there wasn't too much further away from them. But a great job there. Just absolute filthy tracking on Albrolele with that flatline.
Yeah, Liquid doing a great job. There are a lot of teams in the vicinity, though, so I'm a little bit worried. I'm a little nervous, a little anxious. Always got to be aware of those other teams around. Liquid splitting up a little bit. Looks like they're feeling confident. Gambit, looks like they have everyone still up. Gambit has been having a great tournament today. They're at the top of our standings and trying to extend their lead and looking to do it. Decent loot position, and it looks like they don't have too many teams around them. Listening for shots. Ominous silence right now. Ominous moment of inactivity. There we see some shots. TTM looking towards Gambit.
Very important for Team Gambit to make sure that they're ones who are definitely grinding this out. They're one of the few teams that aren't really in that pressure position for points. Of course, you want to hold on to the top as long as you can. You don't want to play too conservatively, go down without having any kills because you avoided fights and then you got picked right outside of top 10. All of those things, not what you want to happen, but they've done a really good job at their fights. And of course, Hardeki has just been that rock that they've been able to lean on, who's always been consistent in these interactions and in these fight takes that they've been having. Taking a couple more of these pokes. Are they going to force their way in on them? I'm wondering. TTM would be quite bold of them, or maybe it's just a long rotation to get away from them.
Yeah, I mean, for these teams at the top, the game evolves a little bit. You're really having to be concerned about placement, so to keep your spot in the money, deep in the money. So you might play a little bit more passively. That might be what Gambit is doing, just playing a little bit more passively, making sure they get a good placement. Seeing some crazy movement here, underrated, deploying the Revenant ult and going for a fight. Let's see if they can make something happen.
As we've got underrated, and we talk about that death protection coming from the totem so that he can push in. Dazo has gotten quite a few kills so far off of this maneuver. And then, obviously, the reason why you do this, you get moved back to the totem. You can get set up, go for the re-engage. They're holding this high ground spot. They've got good eyes on them. I don't know that they have to force it here, but they might just feel like it's the only way they're going to get the points, especially since it's Gambit. Fighting Gambit, not easy. Killing Gambit opens the door for everybody else to possibly leapfrog them. But that's a little bit easier said than done, as it looks like they're getting hit with a crypto EMP off the other side.
Gambit looks like they're going to play it safe. However, playing it safe means running into CLG at this point. Gotta be careful. Gambit was running from one location, but it looks like they're running into another team. And TSM actually got knocked out there. So TSM ended up getting sandwiched between a few teams, and they're going to be out of this match. So Gambit is just continuing with their consistency. We're talking about how important consistency is, staying in the top 5 every single match. Gambit putting on a clinic. Let's see if they can finish it off here. New esports appearing in a lot of our highlights. Got the R301 action, purple mag. Bashir's going to be running away though. Yeah, he's receiving a lot of fire. Looks like a fair amount of teams going to be having a fight here.
Yeah, good reposition. I mean, they have plenty of supplies left on the inside. Let's not forget they've been playing with this building. They've been playing the position game very well. That's as we've said a couple of times. Caustic is going to be strongest when you can control the space in which those engagements are going to happen. CLG eats, I think, just the edge of that EMP.
Oh, being chased by Liquid
a little bit.
Chased by Liquid.
Not too far behind.
Flanker. Gotta be careful. He took he took a jump pad straight into a rock. But here's the rest of the team. Liquid coming in here fast, and let's see what they can do. Season is on the other side. There's a ton of teams involved here. CLG is in the mix as well. We got the Spitfire here from Flanker, dishing out all that damage. Abrolele getting a little bit low in health for Team Liquid. Flanker trying to come around. Nocturnal is in the distance, and we see the Gibraltar bubble coming down. Nice EVA 8 action onto the Gibraltar from Flanker. Nocturnal should be coming in to support. Yes, he is. Flanker getting knocked, though, so only 2 up here from Liquid. CLG might be in dire straits as well. Remember, there's quite a few teams in the area, but it looks like Liquid might be able to take some teams might have dropped down below, and they're going to get the res off, and they're going to be just fine. So Liquid, can they take a breath here? Are there any third parties coming? No. Looks like they're going to loot, mind their own business. And it looks like CLG ended up just running from that location. We see them sprinting, just kind of sprinting away. Lou, very low in health. CLG going to be neither here nor there. They're not going to be a part of that. They're running out of there, and Liquid doing a great job picking up some kills and trying to keep up their success from last game. New esports, they're in a lot of trouble. 2 men down. They're receiving a lot of pressure. Looks like that CLG actually ran straight into them. And CLG, how about this? If they can get a quick wipe, they're going to be really happy with that. It looks like that's going to happen.
And they got post kill. They got Kashira. Roger Bodger holding the door. Does have the EVA 8 on the inside. Of course, with the Void Run, there's always going to be the potential to just run away, live to fight another day, let them loot up, let them move on. Maybe you make a play for the banner. It's a bit risky. And here we see the shots actually coming out. Lou does get the hits on her. Great aim there with that Spitfire. And we talked about it. You're trying to use this position. I think it was maybe a little bit of hesitation there on where they could go or whether there was another team that would be on the other side of where they were rotating to. But they are out of this one. And you see Dazo's got a long sight on the rest of the map that is remaining in this game. CLG, they've got their little building. They're safe now. They earned some respite. We see way off in the distance some artillery raining down near the Team Liquid boys.
Yeah, CLG still alive. I really like how CLG is playing. Looks like Gambit is over there picking a fight with Liquid. This is a fun one. This is one of those arena matches we're looking out for in the future. Team versus team. Gambit going up against Liquid here. I don't know if there are any other teams in the vicinity. Looks like a pretty even fight so far. Gambit might have the better loot situation overall. We see Art already with the red shields there. And is CLG looking to flank Liquid? CLG might be coming on the other side of Liquid here, so Liquid's got to be careful not to get sandwiched.
Yeah, especially since they're one of those teams that the points are going to be most valuable for right now. They really can't afford any slip-ups, and even with just 5 other teams that they have to deal with, Flanker's going to get knocked by Lou. He's been tracking real well with that Spitfire, not been missing a whole lot. Albralele on the inside. Madness has got his eyes on him from CLG. Nocturnal coming in for the backup, but there's Vaxian too. Albralele going to portal eat himself back, possibly trying to steal somebody over with it, but not able to make that happen. And CLG, they're just chilling. Albralele going for the heal. They're backed up with the rest of the team all the way up on top of that ridge, but there's still another team actually pushing on them. So all you can do is teleport back over to the fight, use the Void Run to try and get out, and he's very low health too, so he ends up falling down onto where the lava is. There's no cover, there's nowhere to heal, and he is DEAD, baby.
Wow, nowhere to run. I think he hoped there was some magical tunnel or some way to just get out of there. No way to get out of there. And CLG actually doing a really good job there, holding their ground. And Liquid falling into the fires. Now CLG receiving a lot of pressure. They're going to have to run, and they're running straight into some other teams. So that's going to be very difficult for them. We're seeing CHMK doing their thing. Sanya up here. Looks like they're in a pretty decent position. Got to be careful. We're seeing this lava everywhere. And we're seeing a team up there in the top, actually, in a very nice position, too. CLG, I'm really looking out for them to make some things happen, but looks like they might be in dire straits. I don't know if there's just one player left there for CLG, but we see a lot of these teams posturing, not willing to make the initiation happen just yet. We see Gambit. Yeah, it is just one up from CLG. Just I am madness. Oh no, 4 squads left though, so that's decent top 4. But Gambit, they're in this top 4 as well. Gambit is a little bit up the hill, so they're watching down and seeing what all these teams are doing. We see the shots coming in from Hardeki. He's got the 3 times on that Spitfire. Plenty of ammo in the bank. 355 shots in a Spitfire. That's a lot of fun. So Gambit looking like they're in such a good position right now.
Well, you know, there's a reason everybody loves the Spitfire, and it's not because it's a terrible weapon. Axel Toss has the long sight, though, for that triple take. I like this. They've got good mid-range. They've got good long-range. This terrain for this kind of final circle has been brutal, as witnessed earlier by Mr. Albralele. In that previous fight, we look at CHMK, one of our earlier winners here, because we've only got 4 squads, and we're back over by the lava for the wrap-up to see who's going to be able to close it out. And as we head into that final game, just a brief moment of respite before all of the chaos ramps up to maximum in this final circle.
I think, you know, CLG might just be out of it. I mean, only 1 man left. Every other team has 3 players up, so it might come down to 3 players. See Leo over here taking some nice shots at the triple take, one of my favorite weapons. Swinny, he's got a Kraber in his pocket. The Revenant ult coming out, and that's a Spitfire, dealing a ton of damage. Got the purple mag on that, so he can shoot that for days. UND doing a nice job here coming in, but Gambit still looking like the best team amongst the final 3. Underrated. Here they are, got the Kraber in the pocket. It might come down to underrated against Gambit, as they both seem to be very nicely situated. Got a Kraber in the pocket, full red shields. And it might come down to these 2 teams, underrated and Gambit. I don't know if I think the last player from CLG is actually still up. I'm not 100% sure though, but we'll see what happens. Gambit's got the high ground, so they might be in a slightly better position. There's Iron Madness from CLG. Will this trigger a push from Gambit? Maybe it should. Gambit should.
There's not a lot of options for them to, as far as the direct engagement path goes. They're gonna have to cross either on the zipline or with a boop or something like that. So the opportunity to just take that fight is a little bit awkward. Everybody is still fairly well spread out by the terrain. Oh, going for the Kraber shot. His swing is going to throw Arcstar out. But you're right. This is a huge opportunity for Gambit. This is where they can actually close, basically, where they would try to close it out. As we do just have the 2 squads remaining, as this circle is going to begin to close in for the death of everybody in 10 seconds. Not many more opportunities left to do anything in this game. They're getting their pings together. They're setting everything up for the final fight. They have the bubble available on Swinney. Not much else, though, as he's going to take some shots. Look at what the Kraber tries to land. Not quite there.
Throwing down the shields. There's an ultimate from Gibraltar. Gambit looks like they're gonna push in, falling in the lava for a second. It's gotta be careful about that. Gambit pushing in here. They feel like they have an advantage. Who is gonna win this one? It's 2 teams, just like in arena mode. Underrated against Gambit. Hardeki going to the high ground. Hardeki's had a huge day today. He's flying around everywhere right now as the Wraith player, trying to get some damage done. Gets one player on, and now it looks like a 2v2 situation. Let's see who can come out on top here. Gambit trying to make this happen. Gibraltar taking those massive shots, and that's gonna do it. Gambit once again coming out on top, doing exactly what they do.
Yeah, that is exactly the result that you're hoping for in match 7 of 8. When you're in first place, a couple of teams are not too far away in terms of striking distance, but you're able to get a dominant finish and a big win at round 7 of 8. Going into 8 of 8, when we see what the scores look like, it's going to be terrifying for anybody who's not Team Gambit. And we had some fun fights in this game, a lot of third-party action that was going down in these close choke points, some really good use of the Revenant ult like we've been talking about. It's been popping up more and more as today's games have been going by, because it's one of the only ways that you can mitigate some of the risk of trying to push in and take early fights. You don't want to give up those placement points that you're going to get for staying alive to the end of the game.
Really important match here for Liquid, important match for CLG. I think Liquid was able to pick up some kills, but as we've been saying, it might be a fight for second at this point. Gambit just doing what they have to do. They've got the consistency, they're pulling in the wins, and they're adding a lot of kills on top of that. Underrated, a really nice game, picking up the Kraber, playing very tactically sound, able to kind of deal with the harassment of the final CLG player, but ultimately Gambit a little bit too strong, doing what they do, and they won again. And we only have 1 match left, and we're going to crunch some numbers, but I have a feeling Gambit might have just secured themselves the win. It's going to be mathematically very difficult for anyone to come back now. Does that mean EU number 1? Does it? I think the chat might help me with that. Is it EU number 1, guys? Is it NA number 1? Is it something else? We're all friends, right? Right, guys?
We like to think so. We like to think so. But we'll tell you guys what the scores look like at the end of 7 after this short break. We're just going to tally everything together. We'll see you in a few. It's been an intense day of back and forth action across both Europe and North America. But ladies and gentlemen, it all boils down to this one last round to see who is going to be able to take the champion title here for our EU versus NA show match at the GLL Spring Masters. I'm Nathanius, joined by Axel Toss, and we've come to the end of a very exciting and back and forth crazy sort of day, Alex.
Yes, it's been a lot of fun. All these teams showing up in a huge way. I'm sure all these teams are thrilled with how they've done in the regional competitions. All of them getting paid for being in the top 8. So I think this is just a fun day for a lot of these guys, and it's really cool to see how well Gambit is doing. We're seeing a lot of nice play from a lot of these teams, though. As we see, look at CLG stepping it up, dude. Even though they didn't get the most placement points, 13 kills to get 20 points in total. Love to see that. You can tell they're on a mission. Liquid also doing a solid job getting some kills. But here are our overall standings: 83 points for Gambit Esports. CHMK with 63 points. That's a 20-point advantage for Gambit. Gambit nearly running away with it. Pretty awesome to see. In theory, it's possible for some other teams to try to get into first place, but this is Gambit's day so far. You see Liquid making a decent move. CLG making a huge move up the board, up into 7th place. Liquid in 6th. Counterlogic in 7th. Where's TSM? 13th. TSM going to be looking for a pretty big game here upcoming. Also, Avant-Garde, looking out for them to have a good game coming up next, just to try to make something happen on the standings for them. They're much lower than where they'd like to be, but Gambit just getting business done.
Yeah, no, that's as much as you can ask for in this kind of situation, because the difference that makes is that 30 points, it's not impossible, but we have to get into I don't know, like playoff simulation levels of analysis breakdown where it's like, okay, well, we need Gambit to die immediately. CHMK needs to get a lot of kills and first place, and you're looking at killing like a third of the lobby, right? The difference between that and if they hadn't made it, if they had slumped it all in game 7 of 8, then we're talking about maybe a 15-point difference, and anything is possible. So that really just goes to show the level of consistency that Gambit has been bringing here. Not only has it put them pretty high up in the EU rankings for their tournament, but they've also just been clapping cheeks for weeks over here in a beautiful way. These guys have been dominant, and it really shows. They come into this game, all they really need to do, pick up a couple of kills. If they see CHMK on that leaderboard, on that kill feed go down, they're going to be feeling fantastic. I don't know. You break out your emotes, go for a finisher, have fun on the way out of this one, because it's been a long month of competition for all these guys, qualifying, competing, going through those 16 matches across 2 days to find out who was going to be the best in their region. But now they get to kind of bring it together in a little bit more of a fun, silly sort of situation, but everybody's taking it a whole lot more seriously than that, and for good reason. There's a lot of money at stake.
Yes, and national pride at stake. International pride, continental pride, perhaps. But I love it. I mean, some of these teams don't get to play with each other often, so I hope I'm sure that's going to be a lot of fun for these teams. Seeing how some other teams that they haven't really seen play before, haven't played with before, I'm sure it's fun just to encounter other teams and see all these play styles coming out, and just having a new, fresh experience. That's why I really like this format. It's unique. North America versus Europe, why not? Let's take the top teams, run them together, and see what happens. And so far, Gambit doing some really good things. So the questions are, which team's going to step up right now? We saw it happen last game. It's possible. You can step up, get some kills, decide to do it, make it happen. CLG made it happen last game in doing that, going up the leaderboard quite a bit. Who's going to do it this game? That's my big question. Still on a North American server, so I'm expecting, again, another North American team to go huge today, or to go huge in this match. But Gambit, it's all Gambit today. It's really cool to see them step up, even on the NA server. Right now we're seeing Alliance in a little bit of trouble. They're Revenant, quite low in health, trading some shots. Looks like
there's already been a pretty decent amount of action at the beginning of this game, huh? But a couple out already. And Alliance, they were looking for a fight. They were looking for a fight against New here.
It's the last chance to find those kills, so you got to take initiative.
Also fair to probably point out for some of these teams, might see some maybe some meme plays, something a little bit wild get thrown out there, since for a couple of these guys, it's not really much within reach to try and get towards that prize pool placement, since they've got a lot of work to do. As we can see, these guys are huddling together. You know, they were really excited to talk about which Pokemon cards they had, and they're just kind of showing them off. You can't see the binder in the game, thankfully, due to copyright issues. So you can just imagine along with us that they are talking about something just so interesting over there behind that car.
Huddling up, developing a game plan. You go left, you go right. You go this way, I go that way, and let's win the game. We see Alliance.
The voice comms are more clear when you're next to your teammates. So we got new esports actually starting to get into a little bit of a scrap here with Alliance. Alliance was looking for a fight. They rotated her back around towards this house, but it looks like they actually had some traps already set up because they kind of had to avoid that door, the caustic gas going off and making things a little bit trickier for them. They are going to be pushing up towards Alliance. They don't have a tremendous amount of gear. We were looking at those low-level Evo shields. Kashira just getting right up in their face with the flatline. That 3x scope tracking perfectly, and he's going to get the knocks down on Vibes and Hawkis. But that's what I love to see, baby. Take him out. Get him out of here.
Yep.
Finally, I get to see a pro player use a finisher. This is the dream. That's the real reason it's actually the whole reason why this show match happened, was just with the hopes that somebody would try to have a little bit more fun than normal. Thank God it happened.
Yeah, brutality's happening everywhere. You love to see it. My question is always, okay, but what about the third party? Always got to be careful about that. We see Underrated coming in. Underrated just has been a textbook display of Revenant play here. Once again, using that ultimate to take that engagement, pop back, and go in once again. Underrated. They've had a lot of screen time. They've been showing up. It's been pretty cool to see and making some cool plays. We're seeing some caustic gas shenanigans happening too. Always got to be careful going into these buildings. Could be a caustic trap around the corner. Underrated. They're going to try to clean this team up. Let's see if they can make that happen.
When you've got a turbocharged devotion and a gold mag, you're feeling invincible most of the time. So you're just waiting for those traps to go away. You want to make the push in on the building. Not able to really land a lot of those hits, gonna be honest. Revenant, yeah, he just gets cracked down quickly. Case Swinney barely trying to escape himself, and he will not be able to do so. So Dazo has to find a way to make something happen right now. It's not like he's gonna have any other opportunities. This is the final round of the day. So if you don't do it now, you're done, and that's it. You might as well push in, try to make something happen with your teammates. He's going to go stick the res. Don't mind seeing that at all. Don't leave anything on the table. Go out with a bang.
It's a bad guy upstairs. And at this point, comms are happening, so the other team knows that he's in here. He's calling out, he's rezzing, he's rezzing. Hit him now, hit him now. He stops rezzing as he goes in and takes the shot. Very nicely played. Fake the res, pop back up, took the shot. Now the question is there a third party? I'm always going to be nervous and anxious about that, but it looks like they might get away from that. Very well played once again from Underrated. We'll see how they can do in the final match of the day here in this North America versus Europe show match. We see Alliance with just one player remaining, and remember everyone, Gambit is in an excellent position here. There are a few teams that are trying to claw their way back into that #1 spot, but we see Gambit. We see them on the screen right now. They're still around. They're still alive, led by Hardeki. He's had a great day today playing that Wraith. We see a res trying to happen. I don't know how well that's going to go, but Alliance, more power to them if they can make that happen. We see Liquid no longer in this match. My Little Phony knocked out. New Esports, we just saw them get knocked out. Some notable teams left though. Nessie, look out for them. Gambit, Counterlogic Gaming had a huge game last game. And at Alliance, let's see if they can get away with this, bringing their teammates back. And of course, we're always looking for TSM to do something special. TSM hasn't had much happen for them today.
No, unfortunately, a bit of a rough showing from them, I think. As well, a lot of these guys, we were talking about it, but the preparation that you would normally put in for an Apex tournament with regards to scrims, studying of drops and whatnot, a lot of players and teams kind of did things maybe not quite what they were used to, because you just you don't normally have this kind of sort of cross-regional play. We haven't been able to do those offline events where we get everybody together on zero lag, and I'm sure that some of these folks have also been taking into account the ping difference of playing across the different servers, and for that reason, we find ourselves with a couple less teams than we typically have this late, and they're all very close together, as it's going to be finishing up around trials. And, well, there's a lot of high ground cover there. You've got a lot of cliffs to work with, a good few buildings, so you can have as varied of a finish for an Apex tournament or a match as you would want to call it as is possible. And they're dropping the Gibraltar ultimate. That's why you have the bubble. We use the Gibraltar to defeat the Gibraltar, as they say. TSM, though, with Hal on that death totem. They're coming up. They're just trying to grab as many frags as they can here, using that totem to pull back, get back into the fight one more time after it's over, and try to get those kills without giving up the opportunity to get the placement points. He gets some big hits there. Great arc star knock on Zron.
Absolutely huge. I don't know if that could have been better. I mean, hitting every single grenade. It was just like a firing range, just taking the shots and hitting the shots. Thank you very much. See you later, CHMK. Remember, CHMK, they were in contention. They were in our top 3. So Gambit's going to see that and be like, you know what? Thank you, TSM. Whatever you just did. Thanks for taking them out. Appreciate that. Gambit, well on their way. However, we got a third party, another totem. This is Reply Totem using the totem with Revenant, coming in here and putting pressure on to TSM, taking one down. And this is looking like a pretty good move here from Reply Totem.
Yeah, getting a little bit of work done. And we got to see some cool moves out of these guys. Jay Savage has been putting the team on his back in a cool way. You know, we got to see them with that clutch 1v1 against TSM in the previous map. Everybody was just super dead, came out with barely a couple of bullets to close that, and it was a really, really, really sick engagement that they were able to get into. As we're going to have Hal come back over to the respawn beacon. He does have reps card, so he will be fine to bring him back when we get a res in this final round. Like we've been talking about, guys, the winner of this match, or the winner of this tournament, rather, the show match, is going to be determined by total cumulative points across all 8 games. So there is not a match point situation here where just one team that wins is going to get all the cookies. No, unfortunately, we're going to have to play a little more consistent than that across the breadth of all of these games. So we take a look. We've got Sleepy Panda. He was looking down towards TSM. Yeah, he's giving chase a little bit over here. He's following up quite quickly towards that building they just left.
Yeah, trying to punish TSM because they just had that res happen to bring reps back, and they don't want that to happen. Obviously, TSM is going to be weaker at this point in time, so trying to hit and take advantage of that. Looks like there's a few teams in the area. Got to be careful. We just had a huge fight unfold here, didn't we? It looks like we might have another. CLG is also lurking. Absolute Monarchy coming forward here, pursuing TSM, trying to take them out. He was trying to return here to actually loot from those boxes and get his gear back, but TSM might be in a little bit of trouble. Absolute Monarchy dishing a lot of damage down range here. Remember, CLG is on the other side, so there might be a couple teams coming through here in this very popular choke point. So Gibraltar Ultimate raining down from above. We have Panda coming in here, the Octane player, feeling confident, dimming up, trying to find a bad guy, looking for, there he is. Could be TSM out there in front of you, but TSM, I think they're on the run right now, and they are probably not liking their position. There's just a ton of teams in the area.
Yeah, we got Amaz on the wingman coming up towards the side. That's what we're talking about with that death totem. They get a huge pickup. Jay Savage getting down Lifty and Hal. And with Sharp getting the kill on Sleepy Panda, they completely clear them out. So TSM is wiped. And we look at CLG up top over here. Jay Savage and the gang still not too far away from everybody else. But if we're talking about position, we're talking about trying to make a miracle or a comeback play happen, well, Gambit Esports is still in it. And honestly, at this point, just a couple of placement points, maybe all they need to guarantee themselves that first place $6,000, because they have just done an absolutely stellar work over the course of this tournament.
I think the closest region we had was European region. It literally came down to the last match, and everyone was within a few points of each other. Here, I don't think the math will be as complicated. Gambit, at this point, they're almost certainly guaranteed victory. They are in the top 10 here. I think they have a couple kills, and they were leading by quite a bit. And the team in second place is already out of this match. So look out. Gambit might be your winner here, but of course, we wait until it's all tallied at the very end, and we see who can put together a spree of kills to get a bunch of points in our standings. CLG did that last game. Their placement wasn't incredible, but they still racked up so many kills to get a lot of points. So still looking out for some of these teams to try to accomplish that. As we look at, Nessie is still involved. Nessie right now, they're at the very top of the map. Look out for them. They still are in contention in theory. Maybe they're one of the only ones to have a chance if Nessie can just go on a spree, get a ton of kills. maybe they can be one of the teams to bring this back. But Gambit looking really good. Of course, we still got a stream going on, so we still got some highlights to see. So I'm sure a lot of these teams still trying to make those highlight reels, to get some kills, get a little bit further up in those standings, try to get some more money. Alliance, one of those teams trying to make that happen. Remember, they had 2 men down, and they made the res happen to bring 2 of their guys back. So Alliance doing a great job staying resilient and staying alive in the final match of our competition.
Yeah, and what a competition it has been. Every time I see that, I'm just like, well, okay, if as long as Gambit is still alive, they've got everything in their hands. They're fine. So we look at that second place situation, and everybody else is just fighting their hearts out over here. We were talking about some of the NA teams got a little bit slower on the entry for this game. Some of them didn't make it into this game, unfortunately, for whatever reason. But it is also fair to bring up that a lot of these teams basically had no chance going into the final round point-wise. So it's been a little bit messier than usual. And I think that makes sense. You know, once this one's over, if you get eliminated, that's it. You're done for the day. So go spend the rest of your afternoon, evening, wherever you are, having some fun. Maybe just focusing on something else or getting your practice for the next tournament. As we go look at underrated again, there's Horizon on the outside with that devotion. He's got the turbocharger, he's got the gold mag, he's got the death totem, but not a way to really breach that door effectively. So he's going to pull back a little bit. Gazo now going in. That Octane we have seen wrecking teams all day long. Switching back over towards Alliance, and Hawkins with that EVA 8 getting some work done on Horizon. That's the Revenant that we were just talking about that was trying to set up that play for his team, but unfortunately not able to get it done in Alliance. They're feeling pretty good. They're doing quite well in this final round.
Yeah, considering they had 2 men down a little bit earlier and had to use that res. Alliance doing a great job in this game so far. Using that totem again, found a nice spot here, placed a jump pad. You can see the synergy between Revenant and this Octane jump pad, just able to make that movement so much better. When you trigger that totem, you want to get in the action as fast as possible. And that combination really makes that happen. So it's pretty cool seeing that combo in play. Sometimes you see Bloodhound in the mix, and then you've got a scan to help out as well. But we see the Storm coming in, and we're approaching the final moments of our tournament here. This is the last match. A lot of teams having to come into a similar area here, so we should see a firefight unfold. We see a team down below. It's underrated. They got to be careful. Farm Boys are going to be up above, deploying that Gibraltar bubble, to avoid the ultimate that's coming down from above. It's team jumping in here. Got to be careful. That's Alliance once again sprinting in and trying to take down these players. Farm Boys holding their own for now. This is Farmer Lucas. He's got that EVA 8 Wingman in his pocket. Got a portal ready to deploy if he wants. Those are grenades, and he's taken out immediately. Alliance jumping on top of that rock and firing down from above. Very nice play here from Alliance, picking up another squad wipe.
Yeah, you know, it was quite fun watching those guys and the runs that they've been able to make today. But Alliance is out for blood in this final round, bringing everything that they've got. Purple, let's tack on the shotgun. You're getting all of the attack speed with that bolt. Very nice to have for these close-up engagements. They've got good loot. They're kitted well. This position is kind of impossible for K-Swinny, so unfortunately him and Daz are not going to be able to get away from Alliance. Another big pickup by our team here for representing EU, but of course trying to get some money for themselves with that total placement. We've got Nogs and Badoli shooting across towards Gambit, and it looks like, not sure if they're actually getting pinched from the other side. Could make things a little bit complicated. If Gambit sees that, yeah, I think Hardecki's already getting ready to force the engagement since they've got their eyes trailing elsewhere.
Yeah, Gambits, they're still up, they're still around, and they don't seem to be under a significant amount of stress. As I say that, though, an ultimate comes down from above, but they deploy that bubble, and they're still going to be just fine. I say that because we've seen a lot of teams under stress in this game, in this match so far, but Gambit just minding their own business. Looks like they might push over to this other team. CLG still in business. Looks like they've taken the complete high ground in this situation. We see Hardecki coming forward, pursuing this team onto the right. And remember, any kill that Gambit gets is just huge. I mean, they're clinical. They're consistent. They're able to pick up the kills. And in this game, they're playing a little safe, but it's still working out for them. I don't know about this though.
He's going up top. I mean, I feel like at this point you're also seeing a little bit of their silent abilities. I mean, let's face it. How often do you get to watch an NA or EU Apex match where there are only 6 squads left, but the 4th circle hasn't closed yet? Clearly, we're seeing a little bit more of that ranked feeling type play. Everybody knows that if they're not going to kill every single person in this lobby, they're not going to win any money. So you might as well just go all out. As we've got Reply Totem over here, Sherp getting hit with that stun, going to try to use the Void Run, get around towards the outside, maybe try to make a flank opportunity happen for the team. But Savage W, Jay Savage, he's down, and he's one of the big hitters that they've had. So we've got IPNCO going in on Amaz with that. Oh, he's so low. Just barely able to manage to survive that, take this corner spot, and try to get that heal off. What a desperate sort of situation to be put in, but he does manage to save his teammate, the Wraith, and on the back end of that, they're going to keep their chances alive for trying to make some damage happen in this game. But Alliance is still alive. We'll keep our eyes on them. They've got so many kills in this round alone. Interested to see if this is going to have some effective consequence for them in a positive manner, that is, for this performance.
It's so crazy, and it's so much fun. Just the narrow margins. Just if you're able to barely stay alive in this game, you're doing a pretty good job. That's part of the. It's like part of the inherent nature of Apex Legends. Can you survive when you have no business surviving? And that might be what separates the better players. It's really impressive play we're seeing across the board. The survival skills of all these players. I saw someone in the chat. We've been saying NA versus EU this whole time. Someone in the chat just said, "Oh, I like them both. I like both NA versus EU," and it was just a very wholesome thing, and it made my heart just become warm.
Team Planet Earth. You want to know the reality?
I like everyone.
if Earth had to play an Apex tournament against Mars, we kick their ass straight up. No
Absolutely
contest. Easy. Jupiter,
no
get
doubt.
out of here. Absolutely not. No. Earth's greatest warriors is that's my team. That's my
CLG.
Team Planet Earth. We got CLG coming down on top of him, graceful in the back over there with JMW. He's a little bit stretched out, but that's a little bit of the role that you're going to play with that Wraith. Can get in and out of those dicey situations without being hit relatively easily if you are keeping your spatial awareness from the rest of your team. Of course, don't want to get too far away. We've got Vaxian, who was taken out in a somewhat humiliating manner earlier, looking for that revenge as we have a minute and a half before that final circle is going to close in. So we might as well get into the action right now. Dippity's trying to go around the flank on Vice. He gets a couple shots in, but he gets knocked. So not able to make it happen in the way that he was hoping. Cherny coming up over with the R99. Spitfire combo doesn't have a shotty for that close range, but he is playing with this small gap of space that he's been able to fit himself inside of. Now Alliance is still at it. We do have a couple of them alive. CLG, though, I think this might be the ultimate third-party opportunity for them, because it looks like just about everybody else is packed into this corner. If he can see through that wall where every single person is stuck, goodness knows the amount of damage you can try to throw inside there. Maybe hit him with that jump pad for the lulls. But he's going to come back over. Shields get picked for him. Lou still has everything that he needs. 2 squads remaining. He's got the EVA 301 coming up towards the front. They're still just packed into this very small space. He tracks him with it. Not able to get the kill, though. He's that last pick if he can for the team, and Nessie is gonna on the back foot of that with that massive shot end it and take the final round here. So congratulations, Nessie, picking up a lot of points there. Definitely one of our big contenders, and even if it's not enough to overcome everything that Gambit did in this day's games, it was still a fantastic job to try and secure the rest of that prize pool that was available to them.
That was absolute mayhem at the end. It's just so great. You get those moments where for somehow a fight ends up in just like one of the most narrow, congested, contained locations, and then all of a sudden you just see a pile of death boxes, and that's what was happening at the end. They're absolutely crazy. CLG really impressive throughout this game. Alliance also very impressive throughout this game, but ultimately Nessie, they've been very consistent today. They played the last few moments in this game very slowly and made sure they were the last team around, ready to third party at the very end, and it led to their success. But another very entertaining match. What do you guys think in the chat? Have these matches been entertaining? Because is it just me? I've been very entertained by all these matches. We've had some wild endings to some of these games, so it's been an absolute pleasure to be able to be here and watch this all unfold. We saw the Hail Mary there from CLG, jumping from that high ground, popping the bubble, finding a nice spot deep in that final circle, and then this was that amalgamation of just everyone approaching this very tight spot. Death boxes everywhere. But Nessie, kudos to them. Very consistent day, and they're able to win our last match of our competition here. I think the math will show. Gambit, they finished in the top 10 there, top 5 maybe. Gambit probably won they probably won our tournament here. The math is probably going to show that. We're going to do some calculations behind the scenes right now and get you guys the numbers. But Nathanius, dude, I really enjoyed today. I thought we saw a lot of cool play from a lot of these teams, a lot of unique teams coming out and having huge games. Nessie was really fun to watch the entire day, and it's cool to see them get the win in the last match. And they were in the top 3, top 4. I don't think they caught Gambit, but I think they made it close. I would guess Nessie might even have pulled off second place because of how well they did there.
Yeah, I mean, there was a very fantastic showing from them, and I agree with you. This tournament's been super fun to watch today. Just the show matches that we've had. I think one of the most fun things about esports is when you get to these situations, and people make their complaints about whether or not it's serious enough, people are motivated enough. But it's fun to watch some of your favorite players go into a less than comfortable situation where there's a little bit more on the fly sort of adaptation, a little more opportunity for mishaps, more opportunities to fall off a cliff, but also at the same time, opportunities for teams to really show their stuff that maybe they weren't otherwise able to in the earlier stages of the tournament, with a great example being Gambit. Third place finished in EU finals yesterday, but I mean, I think it would be pretty wild for me to try to tell you that somebody else was going to walk away with #1 in points after today. Barring some sort of insanity from that last game, which it was pretty crazy. I do expect them to be on top. But man, wasn't it such a show of the way that they managed to do it and compete and be as consistently dominant as they were in the first matches on EU server, as they were on the later matches on the NA. You could bring up whatever kind of excuse that you want, but it was a fun, messy show match. And at the end of the day, I think that's what it's all about.
Yeah, and it's interesting when you consider the results from the European region and the results from all the games we're seeing. I feel like the European region was the closest overall. Within that competition that we saw yesterday, we had a lot of different teams just winning each match, so it became really close at the end. And I think we saw a bit of that today. Gambit, they won today, so they went absolutely huge, but they didn't find as much success in the European regional. We had other teams more success, and then Nessie, another team today that was able to pick up a couple wins, which is really cool. So just seeing a lot of different teams find success is really entertaining. I like seeing not having just dynasties at the top. We're not really seeing that. We're seeing a lot of diversity at the top, but Gambit showing that they are an absolute force to be reckoned with today, and they were very close to winning in their European regional. It was very, very close. So I think Gambit showing up and making a pretty big statement today.
Yeah, no, they did an absolutely fantastic job. And just as a quick reminder, of course, there was still a decent bit of money on the line for today's games for this show match. $6,000 for first place is absolutely nothing to scoff at, regardless of how successful any of these guys are. I know some of them are superstars on Twitch, and that's awesome and all that, but you play the game to win. You play to win the game. That's how you do it. And this is what was on the line: $6 grand for first place, $3,000 for second. Every single point counts. And even if you spent your whole day playing in this tournament, you could still walk away with something if you clawed in to #3 in that final game. And that's what we've been talking about. It's about that slow grind, taking it step by step. Here are the results of game number 8. We saw that Nessie got that first place placement. They also got enough kills to come out on top for the total match result in that game. Alliance did a really good job, I felt. Even with that 7 points from placement, they got 9 kills, tried as hard as they could to claw out as much as possible.
Not only that, they were down 2 players during that game. They had to use a res to get 2 players back, but still going on a tear, getting 9 kills. Really huge showing from Alliance. And Counterlogic Gaming putting together some consistency. Really nice to see. Here are our final results. Write it down, sign the check, write it in. This is it. Gambit Esports, your #1 team. They are your champions of our North America versus EU show match. Nessie in second place because of how well they did in that match we just saw at 72 points. NCD in third, barely edging out the top 3. CHMK,
by
unfortunately,
1 point.
Yeah, just by 1 point, knocked out of that top 3. CLG in 5th, Team Liquid down in 8th. We see Alliance launching themselves up to #7. Unfortunately, where's TSM? Oh, #11. Unfortunate for them. I'm sure TSM looked to do a little bit better, but kudos to Gambit. They are your champions. Awesome work today. Super consistent throughout. Also able to win 3 times. Really cool. Big fan. Big fan.
Yeah. And just another huge shout out to Gambit Esports. They came in, they took today very seriously, and it was indicated in the results as such. They did a fantastic job. Fun gameplay to watch, good fight taking, and just a lot of the ways that these games played out were amazing. So I just want to take a moment to say thank you to the production putting on this awesome show, running these tournaments all month long, and a huge shout out to everybody tuning in today. I hope you guys enjoyed today's broadcast. Congratulations, Team Gambit. That does it for us. I'm Nathanius. With me is Axel Toss, and we'll see you guys next time.